देखना। हाँ जी, हेलो हेलो रख दिया। हाँ हो गया हो ना, चल हो गया हो ना। चल सेट करो, कल हेलो हेलो हाँ
यही है क्या? स्लाइड जिन्हें दे दिया मेरे को अपना ना। ठीक है,
organizations. He has authored numerous books of poetry, including Agle Chaurahe Tak and the novel Nirman. Dr. Singh has been honored as Shiromani Sahitkar by the government of Punjab and has received numerous literary awards. He is also the recipient of the Indian Police Medal, President Police Medal, Police Internal Security Medal, and Police Special Duty Medal. Joining us a little bit later is Manraj Singh Patar, who is a Punjabi singer, songwriter, and music composer, celebrated for his soulful voice and poetic lyrics. Son of the esteemed Punjabi poet Dr. Surjit Patar, Manraj blends his rich literary heritage with a contemporary sound, merging traditional Punjabi folk with modern influences. Manraj has collaborated with prominent Punjabi artists and contributed to Bollywood cinema. His work resonates with cultural depth and modern appeal. Manraj is going to be joining us a little bit later, and we'll just wait for him. In the meanwhile, we'll start the conversation with Atamjeet Singh, who is a moderator, who is a renowned and prolific Punjabi playwright and director. Recipient of numerous awards, he won the Sahitya Akademi Award for his play Tatti Tavi Da Sach and the Sangeet Natak Akademi Award in 2011. Among other plays, he has written several full-length plays such as Kabristan, Chabiyan, and Sheher Bimar Hai. His collection of short plays such as Hawa Mahal, Natak Natak Natak, and Chidiyan are famous. I hand over the session to you, sir. Right. Yeah. This is also one. Okay.
Very good morning, everybody. Very good morning, everybody. May I have your attention, please, everybody? We are small in number, but we will be great if we concentrate on the proceedings. Thank you very much. 7-8 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਰਲਡ ਵਾਰ 1 ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਨਾਟਕ ਲਿਖਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਬੈਟਲਸ ਦੀ ਡਿਟੇਲ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਮੈਂ that was perhaps the first time for me in my life to know the inside of a military person. Generally, we civilians, we don't know anything. ਅੱਜ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਫੈਸਟੀਵਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ this is becoming a bridge and I welcome it. This is the only way ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਾਣ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਫਸਟ ਵਰਲਡ ਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 22 ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਰ ਰੈਕਗਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਪੋਇਟਸ 22 and most important out of those 22 people were one was Siegfried Sassoon, the other one was Alfred Owen. They are considered to be the best possible war poets of English till date. So there is a connection. किते ना किते संबंध है मैं ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਦਿਵਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹਨਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਇੰਨਾ ਵੀ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਦ ਵੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਧਾਈ ਦੇਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਤਾਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਨਾਓ ਸੁਰਜੀਤ ਪਾਤਰ the biggest name we had till date during this period ਵਰਿਆਮ ਸੰਧੂ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਕਹਾਣੀਕਾਰ ਨੇ उन्होंने कहा जिस तरह उर्दू वालों को फैज़ है गालिब है मीर है हिंदी वालों को जिस तरह दुष्यंत कुमार है पंजाबी वालों को सुरजीत पात्र है दूसरा नैरेटिव राइटर गुरबचन भुल्लर कहता थोड़ा जा बेटा हल्का जा घट कर दो हाँ हल्का जा घट कर दो थैंक यू वेरी मच गुरबचन भुल्लर कहता ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਓ ਦੋਸਤੋ ਦੋ ਹੋਰ ਨਾਂ ਬੜੇ ਉੱਭਰ ਕੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕੁਮਾਰ ਤੇ ਪਾਸ਼ इन्हां दोवां ने पंजाब ते पंजाबी दी हद नूं क्रॉस कीता आ, जस्ट लाइक सुरजीत पात्र। They are not only Punjabi poets, all three are Indian poets, जिन्हां दी relevance world literature विच भी है। लेकिन जिहड़ा शिव कुमार है, उसने अपने जाती बिरहा नूं जुबान दिती है, कमाल दी भाषा विच, कमाल दी इमेजरी विच। पाश एक बहुत रैडिकल, बहुत जुझारवादी, बहुत एग्रैसिव किस्म का इंसान सी, अनपैरल्ड। पर मैं ये जरूर कहांगा कि शिव कुमार कोई होना नहीं चाहता, पाश कोई बन नहीं सकता। पात्र इन्हां दोवां तो अड्ड है। पात्र साडी जिंदगी दे सारे दुखां सुखां नूं साडे सामने लिया के रख दिंदा है। पात्र जिंदगी दे उन्हां सच्चां नूं बाहर लैके आउंदा जिहड़े तुहाडे ते मेरे विच विद्यमान ने। किसी भी एक खास किस्म की आइडियोलॉजी नाल कमिटमेंट कीतों बगैर, मरण मराउण की कमिटमेंट तो बगैर जिंदगी के नेड़े नेड़े रखदा पात्र। उहदी सारी सी गलबात करांगे, पर मैं सब तो पहलां चाहांगा कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन तुहानूं ये दस्सण कि किस तरह सुरजीत पात्र इस रैडिकलिज्म विचों जिहड़ा कि साडी पंजाबी पोइट्री दा उस तो पहलां एक 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 आइकॉनिक लैवल बन चुका सीगा, एक स्टैंडर्ड बन चुका सी, उस विचों किस तरह वो वखरा हुंदा, की उहदा इंपैक्ट बनदा ते किस तरह दा इमेज वो अपने आप लई क्रिएट करदा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर साहब। और अपनी गल शुरू करने तो पहला मैं सारे हाज़र ਸਰੋਤਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ अपना सत श्री अकाल बुलावां और मैं धन्यवाद करदा मिलिट्री लिटरेचर फैसटिवल दे कि उन्होंने इस बहुत वड्डे महा उत्सव दे विच मैनू बदाते खुद मौका हाज़री भरन का मौका प्रदान किया। पात्र दी हाज़री पंजाबी कविता के जगत दे विच लगदी है 1973 दे विच जदों पहली एक जॉइंट बुक आउंदी है कोलाज किताब, उहदे च 3 राइटर ने, सुरजीत पात्र, परमिंदरजीत ते जोगिंदर कैरो। उदों नौजवान शायर सी, स्टूडेंट सी, और ये मैनू माण हासिल है कि जिस यूनिवर्सिटी तो मैं प्रवान चढ़िया गुरु नानक देव यूनिवर्सिटी अमृतसर तो, सुरजीत पात्र ने भी उत्थों ही PhD की। उसकी अपनी जिहड़ी किताब जिन्हें बहुत भरवीं हाज़री लगवाई उसी 1979 दे विच किताब आउंदी है हवा च लिखे हरफ। ये किताब ने पंजाबी कविता के जगत दे विच जदों उस वेले प्रोग्रेसिविज्म और लैफ्ट रेडिकलिटी का बहुत ज़्यादा एक हैवी रैटोरिक सी, उस वेले अपनी हाज़री लवाउंदा है एक खास तरह की ह्यूमनिस्टिक और कल्चरल पोइटिक मैनीफेस्टेशन के नाल। सो जे पात्र नूं असीं कंटैक्सचुलाइज करना होवे पंजाबी कविता जगत दे विच तां पहली उस वेले दी जिहड़ी जदों असीं पोइट्री नूं विजुअलाइज करते हैं तां उस वेले जिहड़ी प्रगतिवाद ते जुझारवादी कविता जिहड़ी सीगी, जदों नक्सलाइट मूवमेंट अपने पूरे जोरां ते सी और प्रोग्रेसिविज्म अपने पूरे जोरां ते सी, उहदे नाल नाल पंजाबी कविता दे विच एक एक्सपैरीमेंटल पोइट्री लिखण दा रुझान बहुत पैदा होया, जिहदे विच साडे आलूवालिया साहब वड्डे पोइट सीगे, रविंदर रवि वड्डा पोइट सी और अजायब कमल वड्डे पोइट सी। ये जिहड़े सीगे ये एक्सपैरीमेंटल पोइट सीगे। सो इस कंटैक्चुअलिटी दे विच पात्र अपनी हाज़री लवांदा। पहली किताब जिहड़ी उहदी इंडिपेंडेंट किताब है वो हवा विच लिखे हरफ नाल, और इस किताब नूं दी जे असी इसकी पोइट्री नूं अंडरस्टैंड करना होवे ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਾਤਰ ਉਸ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੋੜਦਾ ਹੈ, ਐਕਸਪੈਰੀਮੈਂਟਲ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਦੀ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਟੀ ਨੂੰ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਫਟ ਰੈਡੀਕਲ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰੈਸਿਵਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੋੜਦਾ ਹੈ। ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਨਵਵਾਦੀ ਔਰ ਆਦਰਸ਼ਵਾਦੀ ਔਰ ਰੋਮਾਂਟਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਲਵਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਇੰਨੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਬਿਰਖ ਅਰਜ਼ ਕਰੇ 1992 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਹਨੇਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਲਗ ਦੀ ਵਰਣਮਾਲਾ 1997 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ 1999 'ਚ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਤਝੜ ਦੀ ਪੰਜੇਬ 2012 'ਚ, ਔਰ ਚੰਨ ਸੂਰਜ ਦੀ ਵਹਿੰਗੀ 2013 'ਚ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਵਿਤਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਵਾਂ ਮੁਹਾਂਦਰਾ, ਨਵਾਂ ਰੁਝਾਨ ਤੇ ਨਵੀਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਨਵੀਂ ਪੋਇਟਿਕ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਤਰ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਇਮੇਜ ਬਣਦਾ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਗਲੇ 17 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਮਨਮੋਹਨ। ਮਹਾਨ ਕਵੀ ਪਾਤਰ ਦਾ ਬੇਟਾ ਮਨਰਾਜ ਪਾਤਰ, ਤਾਲੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ। ਪਾਤਰ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਿਭਾਸ਼ਿਤ ਕੀਤਾ, ਡਿਫਾਈਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਲਿਖਦਾ, ਗਜ਼ਲ ਇੱਕ ਲਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਉਛਲਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਗਜ਼ਲ ਇੱਕ ਲਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਉਛਲਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ, ਕਿਨਾਰੇ ਖੋਰ ਕੇ ਪਰਤਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਕਿਨਾਰੇ ਖੋਰ ਕੇ ਪਰਤਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਸ਼ਰ੍ਹਾ ਦੀ ਚਾਰ ਦੀਵਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਤਾਂ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਦੇ ਤੜਪਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਖੋਲੀ ਜਾਓਗੇ ਉਨਾ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਵਾਦ ਆਏਗਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਧਿਆਨ ਦਿਓ, ਸ਼ਰ੍ਹਾ ਦੀ ਚਾਰ ਦੀਵਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ। ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਸੈੱਟ ਕਰਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਜ਼ਾਰਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਵਾਦ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਪਾਤਰ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਦੇ 2 ਸ਼ੇਅਰਾਂ ਦਾ, ਔਰ ਮਨਰਾਜ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਗਾਉਣ। ਤੂੰ ਤੱਕਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਰੁੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੁੱਲ ਪੈ ਗਏ ਸਨ।
ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਗੁਜ਼ਾਰ ਹਾਂ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਫੈਸਟੀਵਲ ਦੇ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਰਸ ਦਾ, ਤੇ ਆਤਮਜੀਤ ਅੰਕਲ ਬੈਠੇ, ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਅੰਕਲ ਬੈਠੇ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਪਾ ਦੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ। ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਮਿਲੇ, ਖਾਕ ਚੋਂ ਗੁਲਜ਼ਾਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਈਏ ਅਸੀਂ। ਕੋਹਾਂ ਲੰਮੀ ਰਾਤ ਤੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਤ ਤੱਕ ਦੀਵਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਡਾਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਈਏ ਅਸੀਂ। ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੇ ਦਰ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਮਿਲਣ, ਸਾਡੇ ਅਹਿਸਾਸਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਮੰਜ਼ਿਲ ਮਿਲੇ। ਧੜਕਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਰ, ਸੁਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਇਰੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਦਿਲ ਮਿਲੇ। ਸਾਜ਼ ਬਣ ਸੰਗਤ ਕਰਨ ਖਾਮੋਸ਼ੀਆਂ, ਪਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਪੈਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਪਾਇਲ ਮਿਲੇ। ਪੱਥਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਦਿਲ ਪੱਥਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਦਿਲ, ਪੱਥਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਦਿਲ ਕਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿਣ ਨੂੰ, ਜਦ ਕਦੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਹੀ ਮਹਿਫਿਲ ਮਿਲੇ, ਜਦ ਕਦੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਹੀ ਮਹਿਫਿਲ ਮਿਲੇ। ਅਸਾਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਈ, ਅਸਾਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਬਲਦੇ ਜੰਗਲ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਬਲਦੇ ਜੰਗਲ ਤੇ ਬਰਸਾਤ ਹੋਈ, ਅਸਾਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਈ। ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ। ਜੋ ਰੁੱਖਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੌਣਾਂ 'ਚ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ, ਜੋ ਰੁੱਖਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੌਣਾਂ 'ਚ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੇ ਮਨਰਾਜ, ਵੈਰੀ ਗੁੱਡ।
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ
ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ
ਚੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਗਾਇਕ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਮੇਰੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਤਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਭਰਵਾਂ ਇਮੇਜ, ਇੱਕ ਭਰਵਾਂ ਚਿੱਤਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਖੜਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੋ ਸਾਥੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਮਦਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਹਰ ਚੰਗੇ ਪੋਇਟ ਵਾਂਗ, ਹਰ ਜੈਨੂਨ ਪੋਇਟ ਵਾਂਗ ਪਾਤਰ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਰੋਮਾਂਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਕਵਿਤਾਵਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਲਿਖੀ, ਪਰ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਦਰਖਤ, ਪੱਤੇ, ਹਵਾ, ਪਾਣੀ, ਇਹ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਿਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਮੇਜ ਨੇ ਆਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਉਹ ਫੈਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੱਲ। ਜਦ ਮੈਂ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਅਗਲਾ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਇੱਕ ਲਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਉਛਲਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ, ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਪਾਤਰ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਦੇ, ਗਜ਼ਲ ਤਾਂ ਦਿਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਤਰਨ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਦੇ, ਗਜ਼ਲ ਤਾਂ ਦਿਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਤਰਨ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਗਜ਼ਲ ਬੰਦਿਸ਼ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਰਾਗ ਵਰਗੀ, ਗਜ਼ਲ ਬੰਦਿਸ਼ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਰਾਗ ਵਰਗੀ। ਇਹ ਕੱਸੀਆਂ ਤਾਰਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਕੱਸੀਆਂ ਤਾਰਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਦਰਖਤਾਂ, ਭਾਂਬੜਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੱਥਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਤਾਂ ਨੀਰ ਬਣ ਬਰਸਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਰੋਮਾਂਸ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਕਵੀ ਫੈਲਣ ਦੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਰੱਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਦਰਖਤਾਂ, ਭਾਂਬੜਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੱਥਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਤਾਂ ਨੀਰ ਬਰਸਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। ਗਜ਼ਲ ਸੀਮਤ ਸੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਜ਼ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਅਸੰਖਾਂ ਹੀ ਧੁਨਾਂ ਸਿਰਜਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ। 7 ਸੁਰਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਅਸੰਖਾਂ ਧੁਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਿਰਜੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਇਹੋ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੁਰਜੀਤ ਪਾਤਰ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੀ, ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸਨ, ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਗਾਇਨ 'ਚ ਸੁਣਿਆ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਅੱਤ ਦੀ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਸ਼ੀਲਤਾ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਕਤੀ ਹੈ। ਕਿੰਨੀ ਡੂੰਘਾਈ ਤੱਕ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਸੋਚ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਓਨੀ ਹੀ ਡੂੰਘਾਈ ਤੱਕ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਓਨੀ ਹੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਨਾਲ ਉਸ ਮਹਿਸੂਸੇ ਤੇ ਸੋਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਲਿਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਹਾਸਲ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਵੀ ਸੁਰਜੀਤ ਪਾਤਰ ਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਦੇ 2-3 ਸ਼ੇਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਲਰਜ਼ ਦਾ ਨੀਰ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਮਰ ਕੇ ਪੱਥਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਇੱਕ ਲਰਜ਼ ਦਾ ਨੀਰ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਮਰ ਕੇ ਪੱਥਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। दूसरा इस हादसे तो डर के पत्थर हो गया। दूसरा इस हादसे तो डर के पत्थर हो गया, तीसरा इस हादसे नूं करन लग्या सी बयान, तीसरा इस हादसे नूं करन लग्या सी बयान वो किसी पत्थर दे घूरन करके पत्थर हो गया। इसमें जोड़ के देखो अपनी जिंदगी नाल, वो किसी पत्थर दे घूरन करके पत्थर हो गया। एक शायर बच गया, एक शायर बच गया संवेदना संग लरजदा, इन्ने पत्थर वो गिनती करके पत्थर हो गया, इन्ने पत्थर वो गिनती करके पत्थर हो गया। पात्र दे बारे ना ये नहीं कि पात्र का क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं हुंदा, करते लोकी। लिटरेचर की खूबसूरती यही है कि असी प्रशंसा भी करते हैं, असी आलोचना भी करते हैं। उस क्रिटिसिज्म विच एक ना पात्र नूं बड़ा अजीब जिहा दूषण जिहड़ा उहदा सामना करना पिया कि ये रुदन की कविता है, रोण की कविता है। हाँ, कविता विच रुदन हुंदा है, पर सवाल यह है कि की ये सिर्फ रुदन की कविता, कि वो रुदन तो बाहर निकलदा है, कि ਉਹਦੀ कोशिश है रुदन तो बाहर जाण दी, और रुदन की कविता तो काहदे लई है, ਉਹਦਾ ਮੰਤਵ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰਵਾਉਣਾ है? बिल्कुल नहीं। अज असीं इस गल नूं साबित करने की कोशिश करांगे कि वो कहता है कि संताप नूं गीत बना लेना मेरी मुक्ति का एक राह तां है, अपने आप को मुक्त करने का एक रस्ता है भाषा विचों। इन्हां नाल गल करांगा मैं भाषा दे भी विशेषज्ञ ने, लेकिन उस तो पहला मैं फिर चाह रहा हाँ कि एक खूबसूरत गीत ਉਹਦੇ बोल ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਨਰਾਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰੇ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਫੈਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਪਾਤਰ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ ਗਲਾਸ ਟੁੱਟਿਆ, ਬੜੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਉਸਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਹੈ, ਗੀਤ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ ਗਲਾਸ ਟੁੱਟਿਆ, ਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਧੀ।
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਗੀਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਗੀਤ ਗਾਇਆ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦਾ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਗੀਤ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ, ਹਾਏ ਨੀ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ, ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ ਗਲਾਸ ਟੁੱਟਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਮੜੀ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਨੀ ਲੱਖ ਝੇੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨੈਣਾ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਛਮ ਛਮ, ਹਾਏ ਨੀ ਛਮ ਛਮ ਨੀਰ ਫੁੱਟਿਆ ਨੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨੈਣਾ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ। ਮੇਰੀ ਅੰਮੀ ਨੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ, ਹਾਏ ਨੀ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ। ਮੇਰੀ ਅੰਮੀ ਨੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ ਨੀ, ਲੋਕੀ ਦਿਲ ਤੋੜ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੱਸਦੇ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ, ਹਾਏ ਨੀ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ। ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਮੀਰਾਂ, ਹੋ ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਮੀਰਾਂ, ਮਹਿੰਗੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ। ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਮੀਰਾਂ, ਮਹਿੰਗੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ। ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਰਾਣੀ ਹਾਰ ਤੇ ਸਸਤਾ, ਹੋ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਰਾਣੀ ਹਾਰ ਤੇ ਸਸਤਾ, ਸਦਰਾਂ ਭਰਿਆ ਸੀਨਾ। ਦਿਲ ਦਾ ਨਿੱਘ ਨਾ ਮੰਗੇ ਕੋਈ, ਦਿਲ ਦਾ ਨਿੱਘ ਨਾ ਮੰਗੇ ਕੋਈ, ਸਭ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਪਸ਼ਮੀਨਾ ਨੀ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ, ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ ਗਲਾਸ ਟੁੱਟਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਮੜੀ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਨੀ ਲੱਖ ਝੇੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨੈਣਾ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਛਮ ਛਮ, ਹਾਏ ਨੀ ਛਮ ਛਮ ਨੀਰ ਫੁੱਟਿਆ ਨੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨੈਣਾ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਬਲਰਾਜ, ਵੈਰੀ ਗੁੱਡ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ। ਜਦੋਂ ਜ਼ਮੀਰਾਂ ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ ਤੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਮਹਿੰਗੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ, ਪਾਤਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਧਿਆਨ, ਬੇਟਾ ਇੱਧਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹੈਲੋ ਇੱਧਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਬੇਟਾ, ਕੈਨ ਯੂ ਸੀ ਇਟ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ। ਜ਼ਮੀਰਾਂ ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਮਹਿੰਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸੁਸਾਇਟੀ ਦਾ ਸੱਚ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਹੋਣੀ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸਨੈਸ ਹੈ ਪਾਤਰ ਦੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਨੇ।
ਪਾਤਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਉਸ ਮਰਹਲੇ ਤੇ ਲਗਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀਜ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਟਰੋਂਗਲੀ ਰਿਫਲੈਕਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਲਿਮਿਟੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਪਾਤਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰਾਂਸੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਥਰੂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵਿਟੀ, ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਸਮਝ, ਸੰਵੇਦਨਾ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਿੰਗੁਇਸਟਿਕ ਕੰਪੀਟੈਂਸ ਨਾਲ, ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਿਕ ਯੋਗਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਟਰਾਂਸੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੁਬਿਧਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪ ਮਿਡਲ ਕਲਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਲੋਂਗ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਟਰਾਂਸੈਂਡ ਹੋਇਆ ਬੰਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਾ ਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਾ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਅਣਹੋਇਆ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੱਧ ਵਰਗੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਿਧਾ 'ਚ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਲਾਈਕ ਪੈਂਡੂਲਮ, ਉਹ ਡੂਅਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਵਸੀਲੀਏਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪਾਤਰ ਉਸ ਮੱਧ ਵਰਗੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਦੁਵਿਧਾ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਲੱਗੀ ਜੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਾਲਜੇ ਅਜੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਅਜੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਹਜੇ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਬਣਦੀ, ਪਰ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਸਮਝ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਬੁਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਮੱਧ ਵਰਗੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਅਨਕੰਟੈਕਸਚੁਅਲ ਔਰ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਫੇਸ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸਾਡੀ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੈ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਸੀ ਦੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਵਸਤਾਂ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਇਸ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਨੇ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਕਰਦਾ, ਬੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਰਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਤਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਪਕੜਦਾ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਅੱਛਾ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਰੁਦਨ ਲੋਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਰੁਦਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ, ਉਹ ਵਿਅੰਗ ਔਰ ਸਟਾਇਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ। ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਵਿਡੰਬਣਾ ਨਾਲ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਸੁਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਬਲਦਾ ਬਿਰਖ ਹਾਂ, ਖਤਮ ਹਾਂ, ਬਸ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਤੀਕ ਹਾਂ, ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਬਹਾਰ ਦੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਡੀਕ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਪ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਯੂਟੋਪੀਆ ਹੈ, ਹੋਪ ਹੈ। ਮੱਧ ਵਰਗੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਕੋ ਸਿਰਫ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਪ ਬਾਕੀ ਬਚੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਐਗਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ ਨੂੰ ਤਲਾਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ। ਐਸੈਂਸ ਆਫ ਐਗਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਤਰ ਐਸੈਂਸ ਆਫ ਐਗਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ।
ਵੰਡਰਫੁਲ। ਪਾਤਰ ਵਿਅੰਗ 'ਚ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀ 2-4 ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਹਿੰਸਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸ਼ 'ਚ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਸਤਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਤਾਪ ਸਹਿਣਾ ਪਿਆ, ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀਆਂ ਨੂੰਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਸੰਤਾਪ ਸਹਿਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੋ ਕੁਝ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਤ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਜੋ ਕੁਝ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿਅੰਗਾਤਮਕ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਤਰ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਕੋਈ ਦਸਤਾਰ ਰੱਤ ਲਿਬੜੀ, ਕੋਈ ਤਲਵਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਲਿਆਓ ਸਰਦਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਅਖਬਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਲਿਆਓ ਸਰਦਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਅਖਬਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਘਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਗ ਸਿਆਣੀ ਹੈ, ਤਦੇ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਲਪੇਟ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਗਾਨੀ ਧੀ ਹੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਸੁਣੋ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ, ਘਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਗ ਸਿਆਣੀ ਹੈ, ਤਦੇ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਲਪੇਟ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਗਾਨੀ ਧੀ ਹੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਲਗਾਈ ਸੀ ਜੋ ਤੀਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਬੁਝਦੀ ਨਾ ਅਪੀਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਨਹੀਂ ਮੁੜਦੀ ਦਲੀਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਅਗਨ ਜੋ ਦੁਆਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਐ ਮੇਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਲੋਕੋ, ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਵੱਲ ਗਿਰਜਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਜੋ ਡਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਆਖਰੀ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਵੀ ਸੁਣੋ, ਅਸਾਂ ਬੀਜੇ ਤੁਸਾਂ ਬੀਜੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਬੀਜੇ ਚਲੋ ਛੱਡੋ। ਅਸਾਂ ਬੀਜੇ ਤੁਸਾਂ ਬੀਜੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਬੀਜੇ ਚਲੋ ਛੱਡੋ। ਕਰੋ ਝੋਲੀ ਭਰੋ ਅੰਗਿਆਰ, ਲਓ ਕੇ ਬਹਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹਾਰਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਗਿਆਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਇਹ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਕਵੀ ਦਾ ਵਿਅੰਗ, ਇਹ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਕਵੀ ਦੀ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸਨੈਸ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸਨੈਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਭੱਜਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਰੁਦਨ ਦੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਲਿਖਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਕ੍ਰਿਟਿਸਿਜ਼ਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਬੇਪਨਾਹ ਤਾਕਤ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਹੈ, ਬੜੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ, ਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਵਾਲਾ ਬੰਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੁਖੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਇਨਸਾਫ ਹਉਮੈ ਦੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਕੀ ਇਹ ਖਾਮੋਸ਼ ਪੱਥਰ ਦੇ ਬੁੱਤ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਜੋ ਸਲੀਬਾਂ ਤੇ ਟੰਗੇ ਨੇ ਲੱਥਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਰਾਜ ਬਦਲਣਗੇ, ਸੂਰਜ ਚੜ੍ਹਨ ਲੈਣਗੇ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਤਾਕਤ ਵੀ ਹੈ। What is this? Okay, it's outside. Okay, no problem. ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪਾਤਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਸੀਟੀ ਮਾਰੀ ਚੋਰ ਤੋਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਕੇ ਪਹਿਰੇਦਾਰ ਨੇ, ਦੋਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੈ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ। ਸੀਟੀ ਮਾਰੀ, ਹਾਂ ਹਾਂ ਤਾੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਾਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਖੁੱਲ ਕੇ ਮਾਰੋ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਨਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸਨੈਸ ਦੀ। ਬੜੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਚੱਲਿਆ। ਪੂਰੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਪਾਤਰ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧਿਤ ਕਵਿਤਾਵਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੈ। ਲੁਕਾਈ ਦੇ ਦੁੱਖ, ਔਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਦਮ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਵੀ ਉਸਨੇ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਕ੍ਰਿਟਿਸਿਜ਼ਮ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਿਅੰਗ ਹੈ। ਪਦਮ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਦਾ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਵੀ ਵਾਪਸ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਸ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਤਰ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੇਲਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਰਤਮਾਨ ਅਤੀਤ ਨਾਲ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਮੁਸਲਿਮ ਬੁੱਧ ਜੈਨ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੈ, ਬੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਅਧਿਕ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਮੇਲਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਲਹਿਰ ਵੀ, ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਵੀ, ਪਰ ਜਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ। ਆਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁੱਝੇ। ਇਹ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਲਹਿਰ ਵੀ, ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਵੀ, ਪਰ ਜਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਹ ਸਾਡਾ, ਦਰਦ ਸਾਡਾ, ਟਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ। ਜੋ ਪੁੱਛੇਗਾ ਕਦੀ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਤੈਥੋਂ, ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੌਣ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਨੇ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਰਤ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੈ, ਬਿਰਖ ਪਾਣੀ ਪੌਣ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਨੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਾਸੇ ਹੰਝੂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਗਾਉਣ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਹੈ ਪਾਤਰ ਜੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਚੇਤਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਅਭਿਵਿਅਕਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਉਹ ਇਸ ਤਾਕਤ ਦਾ ਖਾਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸੰਤਾਪ 'ਚ ਉਹ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਰ ਸੰਤਾਪ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਸਵੈ ਚਿੰਤਨ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਵੈ ਚਿੰਤਨ ਵੱਲ ਜਾਣਾ, ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਬੜਾ ਔਖਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਾਂ, ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਜ਼ੋਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਰਿਲੈਕਟੈਂਟ ਰਹਾਂਗਾ। ਪਾਤਰ ਕੋਲ ਇਹ ਤਾਕਤ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਇੰਨਾ ਸੱਚ ਨਾ ਬੋਲ ਕਿ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਵੇਂ, ਚਾਰ ਕੁ ਬੰਦੇ ਛੱਡ ਲੈ ਮੋਢਾ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ। ਇੰਨਾ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਇਸ ਅਦਾਲਤ 'ਚ ਬੰਦੇ ਬਿਰਖ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਫੈਸਲਾ ਸੁਣਦਿਆਂ ਸੁਣਦਿਆਂ ਸੁੱਕ ਗਏ। ਜਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਜਰੇਗਾ ਕਿਵੇਂ, ਚੁੱਪ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ਮਾਦਾਨ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ। ਪਰ ਉਹ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਚੋਣ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬੋਲੀ ਦਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਸਰਾ ਲੈਂਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਪਾਤਰ ਦੇ ਦੋ ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਦੋ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸੰਤਾਪ ਨੂੰ ਗੀਤ ਬਣਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਰਾਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਹੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਦਰ ਕੋਈ, ਇਹ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ। ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ 'ਤੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਪਾਤਰ?
ਮੈਂ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ। ਅਕਸਰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਦਾ ਧਰਮ ਯਥਾਰਥ ਦਾ ਨਿਰੂਪਣ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਥਿੰਕਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਫਰੈਂਕਫਰਟ ਸਕੂਲ ਦਾ, ਥਿਓਡਰ ਅਡੋਰਨੋ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਥਾਰਥ ਚਿੱਤਰਣ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਕੱਲਾ ਸਾਹਿਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਸਿਰਜਣਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਹਿਤ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਧਰਮ ਹੈ। ਪਾਤਰ ਇੱਕ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਸਿਰਜਦਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ। ਸੁਸਾਇਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਰੀਅਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਰੀਅਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਉਸ ਰੀਅਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਕੀ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰਾਹ ਦਸੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦਿਸ਼ਾ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਬੁੱਢੀ ਜਾਦੂਗਰਨੀ। ਇੱਕ ਖਾਸ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਚੁਅਲਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਉਸਨੇ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਬੁੱਢੀ ਜਾਦੂਗਰਨੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਬੁੱਢੀ ਜਾਦੂਗਰਨੀ ਬੜੇ ਮੰਤਰ ਜਾਣਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਿੱਕ ਤੇ ਤਮਗਾ ਸਜਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਉਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਘੜੀ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਹੱਸਦਾ ਹੈ, ਸ਼ੀਸ਼ਾ ਝੂਠ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਾਦੂਗਰਨੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਪਾਤਰ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਸਿਰਜਣਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ। ਇਹ ਕਵੀ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਰਨਾਰਥੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈ, ਵਾਈ ਹੀ ਟੇਕ ਰਿਫਿਊਜ ਇਨ ਦ ਫਿਲਾਸਫੀ ਆਫ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ। ਜਿਸ ਦੌਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਤਰ ਵਿਚਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਦੌਰ ਨੂੰ ਅਗਰ ਪੱਛਮ 'ਚ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਰਤਰ ਹੈ, ਨੀਤਸ਼ੇ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਵਿਟਜਨਸਟੀਨ ਹੈ, ਸੋ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਆਪਣੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਤਲਾਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਥਰੂ ਲਿੰਗੁਇਸਟਿਕ ਮੈਨੀਫੈਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ। ਸੋ ਪਾਤਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੰਦਰਲੀ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਾ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਕਾਬਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਉਸ ਕਾਬਲੀਅਤ ਦੀ, ਉਸ ਕੈਪੈਸਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਤਲਾਸ਼ 'ਚ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਆਖਿਆ ਹੈ। ਦਰਗਾਹ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਉਹ ਵੇਰੀਏਸ਼ਨਸ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਓਲੇ ਛਾਵਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਛੁਪਿਆ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਕਵਿਤਾਵਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ। ਨਹੀਂ ਜੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਤਾਂ ਤੇਗਾਂ ਦੀ ਧਾਰ ਕਾਤਲ ਹੈ, ਨਹੀਂ ਰਬਾਬ ਤਾਂ ਰੂਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਸਹਾਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਧੁੱਪ ਆ ਛੱਡ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਛਤਰੀ, ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਛਾਵਾਂ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਉਹਦਾ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਹੈ, ਹੁਣ ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਤਣਾ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਬੜਾ ਹੈ, ਕੌਣ ਪਹਿਚਾਣੇਗਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੈਂਸਿਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਦੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਈਜ਼ ਹੈ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੀ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਹੀ, ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੀ ਉਸਤਤੀ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਰਾਹ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਪਾਤਰ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਟਜਨਸਟਾਈਨੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਿਲਾਸਫੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਰਨ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ, ਆਪਣੇ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ। ਉਹ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਸਿਰਜਣੀ ਸਾਧਾਰਨ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਭਿਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਮਨਰਾਜ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਾਂਗਾ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਦੇ 2 ਸ਼ੇਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰੇ। ਮਨਰਾਜ ਪਾਤਰ।
ਖੋਲ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਦਿਲ 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 ਖੋਲ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਦਿਲ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੋਲ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਦਿਲ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੋਲਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਦਾ, ਖੋਲਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਔਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੋਲ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਦਿਲ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਨਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਉੱਚਿਆਂ ਨਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਉੱਚਿਆਂ ਨਾ ਉੱਚੇ ਮਿਨਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਉੱਚਿਆਂ ਨਾ ਉੱਚੇ ਮਿਨਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੌਮ ਉੱਚੀ ਉੱਠਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕੌਮ ਉੱਚੀ ਉੱਠਦੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਚਿਆਂ ਕਿਰਦਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੋਲ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਦਿਲ ਦਿਲ ਦਿਲ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੇ। ਮਨਰਾਜ, ਪਾਪਾ ਦੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਯਾਦ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ?
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਲੇਟਲੀ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਿਛਲੇ 2-3 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਪੋਡਕਾਸਟ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਕੁਛ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਬਾਰੇ ਬੋਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸਨ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਗਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਗਾਉਂਦਾ ਰਹੀਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸ਼ਨਲੀ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਛ ਹੋਰ ਲਾਈਨ 'ਚ ਹੈਗਾ, ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਗਾਉਣਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯਾਦ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਟਾਈਮ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ
ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਪਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੋਂ?
ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਹਾਂ ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਈਆਂ ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਈਆਂ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ
ਮਾੜੀ ਮੋਟੀ ਚਪੇੜ ਵੀ ਪਈ?
ਚਪੇੜ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਈ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਪਈਆਂ। ਤੇ
ਅੱਛਾ, ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਰਚਦੇ ਸੀ,
ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਸੁਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ?
ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਉਹ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹੋਣਾ ਜਾਂ ਰਾਤ, ਅਤੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਚੀਜ਼ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋ ਵੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਅਤੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਇਨਵੋਲਵ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਇਨਵੋਲਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕੁਝ ਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਦੀ ਸੁਜੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਵੀ ਪਾਪਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕਰ ਲਵਾਂ?
ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਵਾਰੀ, ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੋਊਗਾ।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ,
ਪਰ ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਐਂਡ 'ਚ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਉਹ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਹਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਸੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਕੰਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਸੈੱਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਹਿ ਰਹੀ, ਪਰ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ।
ਵੰਡਰਫੁਲ। ਪਾਤਰ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਦਿਸਦਾ ਯਥਾਰਥ ਹੈ ਉਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਚਿੱਤਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਠੀਕ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ, ਪਰ ਯਥਾਰਥ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ, ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰਨੀ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਪੈਗੰਬਰ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਕਵੀ ਬਣਦੇ ਨੇ। ਕਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਗੰਬਰ ਦੇ ਰਾਹ ਤੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਪਾਤਰ ਉਸ ਪੈਗੰਬਰੀ ਰਾਹ ਤੇ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਪੈਗੰਬਰੀ ਰਾਹ ਤੇ ਪੈਣ ਲਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਝਾਤੀ ਮਾਰਨੀ, ਆਪਣੀ ਨਿਰਖ ਪਰਖ ਕਰਨੀ ਨਿਹਾਇਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਰਿੰਦਰ ਗਿੱਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਰ ਬੈਠਾ, ਇਹ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਰ ਕਿ ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਰ ਨੇ, ਅੰਦਰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੀ ਚਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਗੁਫ਼ਤਗੂ, ਪਾਤਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਢਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਲਹੂ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਬਹਿਸ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ, ਵਾਹ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਬਹਿਸ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵਾਰਸ ਤੇ ਪੁਰਖੇ ਖੜੇ ਰੂਬਰੂ, ਮੇਰੀ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਵੀ ਖੜੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਵੀ ਖੜੀ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਹਨ ਬੇਪਨਾਹ, ਮੇਰੇ ਮੱਥੇ 'ਚ ਪਰ ਅਕਲ ਦਾ ਤਾਦਾ ਸ਼ਾਹ। ਅਕਲ ਔਰ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਵੀ ਲੜਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਭ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਸੁਣੂ, ਕੁਛ ਚੁਣੂ, ਫਿਰ ਬੁਣੂ, ਫਿਰ ਬਿਆਨ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਰੂ ਕਰੂੰ। ਪਰਤ ਉਤਰੀ, ਦੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਖਰੀ ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਦੋ ਆਖਰੀ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਨੇ, ਇਲਹਾਮ ਨੇ। I salute that man for these two shares. ਪਰਤ ਉਤਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਾਮ ਮੋਹ ਲੋਭ ਸਾਂ, ਪਰਤ ਉਤਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਾਮ ਮੋਹ ਲੋਭ ਸਾਂ, ਹੋਰ ਉਤਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਜਲ ਖਾਕ ਅੱਗ ਪਾਉਣ ਸਾਂ। ਔਰ ਆਖਰੀ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਕੌਣ ਹਾਂ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਕੌਣ ਹਾਂ, ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਂਦ ਆਪਣੀ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਸੁਰਖਰੂ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ। ਇਹ ਉਹ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖੂਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਡੁਬੋ ਕੇ ਕਲਮ ਲਿਖੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ, ਸੁਰਿੰਦਰ ਗਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਲੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇਹ ਤਾਲੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਕਵੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਲੀਆਂ। ਕਵੀ ਮਨ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪਾਤਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਦਾ ਉਸ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ 'ਚ। ਦੂਰ ਜੇਕਰ ਅਜੇ ਸਵੇਰਾ ਹੈ, ਇਸ 'ਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕਾਲੀ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਸਾਂ, ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਜਦ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਹੈ। ਪਾਤਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡਾ ਯੁੱਗ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੀਤ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਯਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ?
ਪਾਤਰ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਇਤਿਹਾਸਕ ਸੂਝ ਕਰਕੇ। ਦੋ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ, ਇੱਕ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਕਲ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ। ਪਾਤਰ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਕਲ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਪੋਇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਾਤਰ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਪੋਇਟ ਹੈ। ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਤੋਂ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸੈਂਡ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਾਰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਤਿਹਾਸਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਗਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਪਲਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਬੀਇੰਗ ਦੀ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਸੰਕਟ ਨੂੰ ਦੀ ਇਤਿਹਾਸਕਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਜ਼ੂਅਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਖੋ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਦੋ ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਮੰਜ਼ਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਿਨੈਰੀਓ ਉਹ ਉਸਰ ਜਾਵੇਗਾ। ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸੰਕਟ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਮਾਤਮ, ਹਿੰਸਾ, ਖੌਫ, ਬੇਬਸੀ ਤੇ ਅਨਿਆਂ, ਇਹ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ। ਮਾਤਮ, ਹਿੰਸਾ, ਖੌਫ, ਬੇਵਸੀ ਤੇ ਅਨਿਆਂ, ਇਹ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਐਪਰੀਹੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਫਿਰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੰਡਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ 47 ਦੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ 84 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੰਡਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੂੰ ਵੰਡਿਆ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕੁਮਾਰ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਜ਼ਖਮ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲ ਵੀ ਗਏ, ਨਵਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਜੋ ਫੇਰ ਤਿਆਰੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਹਿਸ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ, ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਬਿਯੋਂਡ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ, ਨਾਟ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਕਲ ਪੋਇਟ। ਹਾਂ, ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਉਹ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਥਿੰਕਰ, ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਥਿੰਕਰ ਹੈ ਫਰੈਡਰਿਕ ਜੇਮਸਨ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਰਤਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦੇ। ਆਪਣੇ ਵਰਤਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ, ਜੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਰਤਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਯੂ ਹੈਵ ਟੂ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਯੂਰ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ। ਉਹ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਬਾਰੇ ਪਾਤਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਵਿਜ਼ੂਅਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੀ 10-20 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਹੋਈ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੋਇਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੀ ਸੂਝ ਰਾਹੀਂ। ਸਫਰੋਂ ਖੁੰਝੀ ਰੇਲ ਖੜੀ ਹਾਂ, ਦੇਖੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਸਫਰੋਂ ਖੁੰਝੀ ਰੇਲ ਖੜੀ ਹਾਂ, ਆਪਣੀ ਉਮਰ ਅਜੀਬ ਘੜੀ ਹਾਂ, ਜਾਣਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਸਨੇ, ਐਵੇਂ ਤਿੱਖੀ ਚਾਲ ਫੜੀ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੋਇਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਪਾਤਰ ਦੇ ਹਿੱਸੇ ਹੀ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਗਹਿਰਾਈ ਨਾਲ ਫੜਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬਾਰੇ ਫਿਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ।
ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਬੈਠੇ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸਿਰਫ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਸੁਣੋਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ, ਮੇਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪਾਤਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਮੇਰੇ ਮੂੰਹੋਂ ਸੁਣੋਗੇ। ਭਾਰੇ ਭਾਰੇ ਬਸਤੇ, ਲੰਮੇ ਲੰਮੇ ਰਸਤੇ, ਥੱਕ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਗੋਡੇ, ਦੁਖਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਏ ਮੋਢੇ। ਭਾਰੇ ਭਾਰੇ ਬਸਤੇ, ਲੰਮੇ ਲੰਮੇ ਰਸਤੇ, ਥੱਕ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਗੋਡੇ, ਦੁਖਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਏ ਮੋਢੇ, ਐਨਾ ਭਾਰ ਚੁਕਾਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਖੋਤੇ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਹੋਰ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ, ਇਸ ਲਈ ਸੁਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 10 ਮਿੰਟ ਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੁਣੋਗੇ। ਟੀਚਰ ਜੀ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਆ ਕੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਗੇ, ਚਲੋ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਖੋਲੋ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੋਲੋ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੋਲੀਏ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਤੋਤੇ ਹਾਂ। ਚਲੋ ਚਲੋ ਜੀ ਚਲੀਏ, ਜਾ ਕੇ ਸੀਟਾਂ ਮਲੀਏ, ਜੇਕਰ ਹੋਗੀ ਦੇਰ ਕੀ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ ਫੇਰ, ਟੀਚਰ ਜੀ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਖੂਬ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਗੇ, ਤੁਰੇ ਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਖੜੋਤੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹ ਹੈ ਸਾਡਾ ਪਾਤਰ। ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਲਿਖੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵੱਲ?
ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣਦਾ ਕਵਿਤਾ, ਅਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਘਰੇ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੇ ਕਈ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫਸਟ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹਿਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਚਲ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਛ ਕਰਾਂ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਕਲਾਸ 'ਚ ਆਇਆ ਵੀ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾ ਟੈਲੈਂਟ ਹੰਟ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਆਪ ਮੁਹਾਰੀ ਹੱਥ ਖੜਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੁਣ ਪਾਰਟੀਸਪੇਟ ਕਰਨਾ। ਫਿਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ ਗਲਾਸ ਗਾਉਣਾ ਅਤੇ 1-2 ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਆ।
ਵੈਰੀ ਗੁੱਡ, ਵੈਰੀ ਗੁੱਡ। ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਵੀ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਹਰ ਪੱਖ ਵੱਲ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚੋਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੱਖ ਵੀ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਸ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਸ਼ਹੂਰ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੋਲੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ ਐਥਨੀਸਿਟੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਸੱਚਾਈ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਯਥਾਰਥ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਯਥਾਰਥ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਕਵਿਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਮੈਂ ਰੱਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਆਇਆ ਨੰਦ ਕਿਸ਼ੋਰ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਕ ਦੇ ਆਇਆ ਨੰਦ ਕਿਸ਼ੋਰ, ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਦੂਰ ਬਿਹਾਰ ਤੋਂ, ਗੱਡੀ ਬੈਠ ਸਿਆਲਦਾ ਨਾਲ ਬਥੇਰੇ ਹੋਰ, ਆਇਆ ਨੰਦ ਕਿਸ਼ੋਰ। ਰਾਮਕਲੀ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ, ਸੁਗੜ ਲਗਾਈ ਉਸ ਦੀ, ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਪਿੰਡ ਬਾੜੇਵਾਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੜ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੇ ਪੁੰਗਰੀ। ਰਾਮਕਲੀ ਦੀ ਕੁੱਖ ਚੋਂ ਜਨਮੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਉਸ ਦੀ, ਨਾਂ ਧਰਿਆ ਸੀ ਮਾਧੁਰੀ। ਕੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖੀ ਮਾਧੁਰੀ ਉਸੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਸਕੂਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁੱਤਾਂ ਬੰਨ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਰਿਬਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਪੱਟੀ ਪੋਚ ਕੇ ਊੜਾ ਐੜਾ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੀ, ਊੜਾ ਐੜਾ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਨੰਦ ਕਿਸ਼ੋਰ ਦੀ। ਕਿੰਨਾ ਗੂੜਾ ਸਾਕ ਹੈ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਕ ਦਾ। ਆਹ ਸੱਚ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਬੰਦਾ। ਕਿੰਨਾ ਗੂੜਾ ਸਾਕ ਹੈ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਕ ਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਦੂਜਾ ਪਾਸਾ ਦੇਖੋ, ਇਸੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਲਾਡਲੇ ਪੋਤੇ ਅਛਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਓ ਦੀ ਕਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹਿ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਆਮਦੇ ਕੌਨਵੈਂਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਹੇ। ਇਸੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਲਾਡਲੇ ਪੋਤੇ ਅਛਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਓ ਦੀ ਕਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹਿ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਆਮਦੇ ਕੌਨਵੈਂਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਹੇ। ABCD ਸਿੱਖਦੇ, ABCD ਸਿੱਖਦੇ ਪੋਤੇ ਅਛਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ। ਕਿੰਨਾ ਗੂੜਾ ਸਾਕ ਹੈ ਅੱਖਰ ਅਤੇ ਆਕਾਂਖਿਆ। ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਕ ਦੇ ਆਇਆ ਨੰਦ ਕਿਸ਼ੋਰ। ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸਮੱਸਿਆਵਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਪਾਤਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਜਵਾਬ ਵੱਲ ਤੋਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਫਤਵੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਨੇ ਸੌਖੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੋਇਟਿਕ ਸੈਂਸਿਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਪਾਤਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਵਿਤਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਕਮਾਲ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਘਟ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਾਤਰ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਫੈਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੋਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ। ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਹੋਣਾ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ।
ਪਾਤਰ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਟੇਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੈ। ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਜੀਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਟੇਕ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਪਾਤਰ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਟੇਕ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਐਟ ਅ ਟਾਈਮ ਲਿਬਰੇਟ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਐਟ ਅ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੈਦ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਕੈਦ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਮੇਰੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਉਹ ਕਦੀ ਕਦੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਵਾਕ ਵੱਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਮ ਘੁੱਟਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਲਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵਾਕ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵਾਕ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅੱਛਾ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੰਦ ਕਿਸ਼ੋਰ ਦੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਿਹਾਰ ਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਆ ਕੇ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਸੈਟਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਜ਼ਕ ਦੀ ਤਲਾਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟੇਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਊੜਾ ਐੜਾ ਹੀ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਪਾਤਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਸ਼ੀਲਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ। ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਹੈ, ਗਜ਼ਲ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਦਾ, ਕਿ ਜੋ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਰੁਲ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਰੋਜ਼ੀ ਲਈ, ਜਦ ਪਰਤਣਗੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਕਦੇ, ਕੁਝ ਸੇਕਣਗੇ ਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਵੇ ਦੀ ਅਗਨ, ਕੁਝ ਕਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਰੁੱਖ ਹੇਠ ਜਾ ਬਹਿਣਗੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬਾਹਰ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਵਾਪਸੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੰਭਵ ਹੈ? ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਦਾ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ, ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਸੱਭਿਅਤਾ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਹਟਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਬਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਗਨ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਰੁੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਛਾਂ ਹੇਠ ਬਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਰਦ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਾਤਰ ਬੜੀ ਸੰਵੇਦਨਾ ਨਾਲ, ਗਹਿਰਾਈ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹੈ।
ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਆਖਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਗੀਤ ਗਜ਼ਲ ਗਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮਨਰਾਜ ਨੂੰ ਕਵਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਮੇਟਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਰੁਦਨ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਕਵੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਰੁਦਨ ਦਾ ਕਵੀ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਸਵੈਚਿੰਤਨ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਕਵੀ ਯਥਾਰਥ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਤ ਪਰਤ ਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਉਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਸੋਝੀ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੇ ਪਾਉਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਉਹ ਕਵੀ ਆਸ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਪਰਚਮ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਉਹ ਆਸ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਦਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੌਫ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਆਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੌਫ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਆਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਕਾਲੀ ਰਾਤ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਇੱਕ ਨਿੰਮੇ ਦੀਵੇ ਦੀ ਤਰਵਾਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਜਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਇਹ ਉਦਾਸੀ ਧੁੰਦ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਚੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਉਦਾਸੀ ਧੁੰਦ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਚੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਂ ਉਦੇ ਹੋਣਾ ਸਦਾ ਇਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਘਿਰੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ। ਤੇ ਆਖਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਬੋਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਪਾਤਰ ਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਛੱਡ ਜਾਵਾਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਜਾਓ, ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਜ਼ਿਹਨ 'ਚ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਓ। ਬੱਚੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣ, ਸਿਆਣੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੇ ਆਈ ਪੱਤ ਝੜ ਤਾਂ ਫੇਰ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਆਈ ਪੱਤ ਝੜ ਤਾਂ ਫੇਰ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਤੂੰ ਅਗਲੀ ਰੁੱਤ 'ਚ ਯਕੀਨ ਰੱਖੀ, ਤੂੰ ਅਗਲੀ ਰੁੱਤ 'ਚ ਯਕੀਨ ਰੱਖੀ। ਮੈਂ ਲੱਭ ਕੇ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਲਿਆਉਣਾ ਕਲਮਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਲੱਭ ਕੇ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਲਿਆਉਣਾ ਕਲਮਾਂ, ਤੂੰ ਫੁੱਲਾਂ ਜੋਗੀ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਰੱਖੀ। ਇਹ ਫੁੱਲ ਖਿੜਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ। ਅੰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਫੈਸਟੀਵਲ ਦੇ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀ ਆਡੀਅנס ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਗਿਣਤੀ 'ਚ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਗੁਣਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੱਡੀ, ਮੈਂ ਮਨਰਾਜ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਗੀਤ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦਾ ਭੋਗ ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ।
ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਿਰਾ ਜੁਗਰਾਫੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਿਰਾ ਜੁਗਰਾਫੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਿਰਾ ਜੁਗਰਾਫੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ। एक रीत एक गीत इतिहास भी है, गुरुआं ऋषियां सूफियां सिरजाए, ये फलसफा सोच एहसास भी है। ਲੱਖਾਂ ਝੱਖੜਾਂ ਤੂਫਾਨਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਏ, ਲੱਖਾਂ ਝੱਖੜਾਂ ਤੂਫਾਨਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਏ। ਇਹਦਾ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਕੁਝ ਉਦਾਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ शान इसदी, एक दिन शान इसदी सूरज वांग चमकू। मेरी आस भी है अरदास भी है, हाँ मेरी आस भी है अरदास भी है। अज रावी ते चना दियां छल्लां छल्लां इदां करदियां बेआसां नाल गल्लां। अज रावी ते चना दियां छल्लां छल्लां इदां करदियां बेआसां नाल गल्लां। इस बन्ने उस बन्ने, इस बन्ने उस बन्ने अज सारा जग मन्ने। हट्टी पट्टी दरवाजे खेती खूही चन्ने बन्ने। सतलुज तो ले सतलुज तो ले जेलम तीकन, जेलम तो ले सतलुज तीकन। तेरी झांझर छण के तू रानी पंज दरियावां दी, तू रानी पंज दरियावां दी। क्यों रहे तू गोली बन के, क्यों रहे तू गोली बन के। अज रावी ते चना दियां छल्लां छल्लां इदां करदियां बेआसां नाल गल्लां। अज रावी दे चना दियां छल्लां छल्लां इदां करदियां बेआसां नाल गल्लां।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सबका। एक मिनट की देरी की मुआफ़ी। मनराज तुहाडा बहुत शुक्रिया, डॉक्टर मनमोहन तुहाडा बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू वेरी मच, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट।
This was like a production into the journey and the philosophy and the poetry of Surjit Patar. I would request you all to stand up for this fabulous production and give a supreme, fantastic, super. And I request General Chima, just give me a minute, for a moment. I request General Chima to please come up and give a small token from the Military Literature Festival. So well done. What production? Wow, I know where the how this whole thing starts. This is fab. Super.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly settle down, please. प्रोफेसर साहब, प्रोफेसर आत्मजीत सर, दो लाइनें आपके लिए। सुना है खुदा के घर हर दुआ कबूल होती है। सुना है खुदा के घर हर दुआ कबूल होती है। एक दिन खुदा से फिर आपको मांग कर देखेंगे। Ladies and gentlemen, we are all short of words after the opening session of the 8th Military Literature Festival. Thanks once again to the eminent panelists for this wonderful, wonderful discussion on the greatest Mr. Patar. Now we get going. It's great to be back on day 2 of the Military Literature Festival. Let's begin the second session of the day. The topic, may I kindly have your attention please, all those at the back, kindly settle down. Thank you. The topic of the second panel discussion is domains of modern warfare with regard to India, Pakistan and China. I now call upon the panelists to kindly come up and take their seats. The first panelist will be on Zoom. He is Major General Govind Dwivedi. He will be on Zoom call with us. Next, we call upon Major General Sudhakar ji. And of course, Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. Sirs, may I request you to kindly come up, please.
ये हमारे लिए नहीं है। ऊपर से बात। ठीक, अच्छा, हाँ मैं समझ गया।
Right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with the panel discussion, brief words about this eminent panel which will be here for the second session. We start with Major General Govind Dwivedi, who is on Zoom with us. The General Officer retired as the Assistant Chief Integrated Defence Staff after 38 years of service in the Army. He is a veteran of the 1971 Bangladesh War. He is an acclaimed writer and has authored and edited 6 books and contributes numerous articles to various magazines and periodicals. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have a familiar figure who was amongst us yesterday too. That is Major General Sudhakar Ji. For all those who've joined us today, I would repeat the accomplishments in brief about the officer. The General Officer is from the Mahar Regiment and has had a glorious career in the Indian Army spanning 37 years. Post-retirement, he served as a corporate leader in Oman. Last but not the least, the moderator for the session. The moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. The General Officer was commissioned in Gurkha Rifles in the year 1977. He had a glorious career of 4 decades in the Indian Army. He currently holds the General Bipin Rawat Chair of Excellence at USI, New Delhi. Now for the second panel discussion of the morning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, at the outset, grateful thanks to the organizers, General Shergill, and of course, Jagbir and the Festival Committee for inviting me today. It's a great honor and a privilege to come to this Lit Fest, and we have followed this last 7 years of the growth of the Lit Fest. It's gone strength to strength. Now, I enjoyed the first session, every word of it. When we were growing up, we used to hear the poetry of Patar Saab on All India Radio, and the last one that the moderator recounted was a poem of hope, when he says, "Je ai patazar te fair ki hai, to fulla jaggi zameen rakhi." I mean, I'm just abridging it. Meaning is there is hope here, even if there is patazar, there will be hope here, and that actually is a great strength of the poetry of Patar Saab, and I've enjoyed every word of it. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen on to this one. Now, I have esteemed panelists here, Jan Dwivedi, whom very well know and we revere for a very long time, and Sudhakar. Both are ustads in China, so I will not venture and tread into their toes. I'll try and be a little provocative, and because the subject is a little provocative. The central theme of my subject is, and I will request our panelists to speak about 12-13 minutes so that we can have a little more interactive session. Not many people for interaction, but we will try and do interactive session subsequently or discuss it among ourselves. Central theme of my talk is that in this era, might is right. Jiski lathi uski bhains. This is the era of today. And why do I say so? Because there is no conflict resolution mechanism left in the world. There is no, it is an era of authoritarian conflict resolution. Jiski lathi uski bhains. One day Iran doesn't like the mood, turns around, fires missiles at Pakistan. Next day it fires missiles at Iran and at Syria. Third day, the Israelis fire where all, you know. Houthis are fighting 14 navies together in a narrow sea called Red Sea. 14 navies being fought by one organization called Houthis today. and they are getting the best of it. I mean, sea denial by an organization called Houthis today, or sea denial by Ukraine in Black Sea, in the waters south against Russia, without having a navy. Ukraine has no navy, and there is sea denial. This is authoritarian era. We like it or we don't like it. What is, and I'll take about 5-6 subjects and I'll finish out in 12-13 minutes, and then I will not tread into those issues which I am sure General Dwivedi and General Sudhakar will build on. What is war? Subject is war. Are we talking about the same war that we've been talking about for last centuries? We go back to Clausewitz. Everybody quotes Clausewitz and says, okay, there is nature doesn't change, character changes. And there is war definition which Clausewitz says, which is simply what? It is interstate and it is violent. Is war this characteristic even today, 2024? Is it interstate and it is violent? No. That's the basics of my thought here. We need to redefine the word war. If China can take over the entire territory of South China Sea without firing a shot, is that not war? If Chinese can come and sit on the line of actual control and deny us of patrolling rights to areas that we were patrolling from 1978 onwards, is that not war? If half the Indian Army today is deployed on the borders, and my friend Praveen was commanding Eastern Command earlier, when they are deployed in most inhospitable terrain even today, after 4.5 years, is that not war? Why do we stick ourselves to routine war? If in last 2.5 years, the Chinese made sure that Australian economy went rock bottom by only economic war, only one issue. Why? Because Australia said that we will not permit, we will investigate into COVID. What did they do? Stop barley, beef, sorghum, iron and steel, wines, brought Australia down. And similar things have happened to Lotte malls of South Korea, or the Japanese, or the Nike, or the Adidas, or everything economic war. Even against India, we don't know what happened when we stopped TikTok. When we stopped TikTok, what did the Chinese do? It's not currently to open domain. There are people who know what happened. We also know that Chinese are not allowing us to get machinery like the deep boring machines which are used for tunnel borings, which they are sanctioning us or denying us the rights, which is in media. So the fact of the matter is there is an economic war. That's war also as the war which is going to be fought tomorrow in domains of warfare that we talk about. We talk about largely shooting wars, but there are many wars around here. We need to redefine war. My second issue is, what is victory? We talk about wars. Can a politician tell us to go for a war tomorrow without defining the end state? Or we will just go to war, a shooting war. What will the politician tell us? Okay, you go to war. For what? What is the aim? What's the end state the politician wants? How do I translate the end state? I means, I am retired long ago. I means man in uniform translates the definition of what the end state that politician is telling today into military end states or military objectives. And if that is so, what is victory? Victory today, and I contend here and I'll be provocative, is an ill-defined notion. You can't define victory today. Neither the Russians have defined victory. There is all this talk about victory by Zelensky, which says victory. And victory is what? Land for peace. Peace, I allow you to take 20% of my territory. Is that victory? So the point is, there are nebulous issues to say, what is victory? Territory? Prisoners of war? Change of regime? What? What will be victory? And we know as we do, that despite all modern domains of warfare, there are old domains which still persist, like the DCB very close to Punjab, or the trenches being dug across on the northern borders. That's old war. Old wars, new wars, there is battlefield singularity here. That is issue of victory. So what is victory? And I can say many things. People say, okay, we define the issues of punitive deterrence against one and credible deterrence. Deterrence? Which deterrence are we talking about? How do we define the word deterrence? We go back into our theories of deterrence and we say punitive and credible and denial and by punishment. But then we also say if deterrence fails, we should be prepared to escalate to war. If we have to be prepared to escalate to a full-fledged war, even if it takes off from a limited war and escalates to a full-fledged war, then there is no deterrence. Then I have to prepare full-fledged for the war. I have to prepare for a war fighting. I don't have to prepare for deterrence. So a contention. If deterrence is not dead, deterrence is close to be dead. And we have to prepare for that one. Third point I wish to raise is the issue of these domains. You know, domains and dimensions. Now there's so many domains and it's fashionable to talk about domains. What is a domain? And you know, how do we differentiate between domain and dimension? Are they two same things? People write together, saying the same thing, domains and dimension. I would say that what are we fighting in is a domain. Well, it's my contention, I can be contested later. Land, maritime, air, space, cyberspace, electronic warfare, electronic magnetic spectrum, all are what are we fighting inside. What are we fighting for is a dimension. Like for example, I will say, we're fighting physical. Physical means for territory or physical some achievement on the maritime frontier, or that's what are we fighting for? Or are we fighting for informational victory? Or are we fighting for cognition, psyching? You know, in the last election 2019, the Chinese bought 10,000 advertisements in all Indian media against the ruling government. This year also they did, but this year has not come to news as yet, so I will not quote it. But 2019 it is there. They bought a Hello app which belonged to ByteDance. They flooded the Indian market for advertisements against the ruling government. I am apolitical, but I don't like Chinese to tell me who to vote for. And they were telling me who to vote for, and they were proving by all fakery and all things. Who does Hello app belong to? It belonged to ByteDance, which are the owners of TikTok. They were trying to cognitively strike our minds, and maybe many people got misled. So that's war for me. So that's, you know, one of the issues that I want to raise is what are we fighting inside? So cognition, if somebody targeting my human mind, that is what he's fighting for. So when I say a domain, domain is physically defined, and I have named all the domains here, and I'm sure my colleagues will build on something here. And dimensions, I mentioned three: physical, informational, and cognitive or human mind, which is their dimension. Chinese have a department, Americans have a department of human minds. We don't have anything cognition because we are all super intelligent, so we don't require department of addressing the adversary cognitively. So we don't have any department of cognition, our adversaries have. So what about cognition also? If I know my adversary's mind, how does he react? How does he work? How does he move? Then I can work to alter that mind. That's cognitive warfare. The next point I wish to raise is, and I leave the domains and dimensions and we'll build it up when we have Q&A. What does the Chinese want from us? What do the Pakistanis want from us? हमसे क्या चाहिए? क्यों लड़ रहे हैं हमसे? Are we avoiding a war-fighting country? We fought wars over centuries. But we are not a war-fighting nation by our culture. So, what are they wanting? What do Chinese want from us? Are we troubling them? Is it territory? Are they seeking territory? Arunachal Pradesh? Well, any pragmatic China will understand that now Arunachal Pradesh is part and parcel of us. They vote for us. They have state governments. They have MPs with us. The people are with us. People speak better chaste Hindi than most other states in India. They are us. So Arunachal Pradesh is not for their taking. They can claim Arunachal Pradesh. Do they want territory in Eastern Ladakh? They've got 59 line. God alone knows 1959 line kahan se nikla, what legality, what rationality, what thought process. एक DO में लिख दिया भैया ये वाली line हमारी line हुई. ये कैसे होगी line? No historicity behind a line. Do they want territory? I venture to state that why does Chinese challenge us? And I'll come to Pakistan a little later. Why do Chinese challenge us? Because we are a geopolitical competitor. They are miles ahead of us and decades ahead of us in technology in many other ways. Are we a competitor? Well, yes, any other nation will tell you that India, if it's allowed to grow the way India is growing, potentially we have the capability of rising to what level? If we are allowed to grow the potential exists. That is itself a big challenge because, they say no two tigers on a mountain. We can be one of the tigers that will challenge the mountain. They can't allow. There is a geopolitical issue behind India's growth. Of course, there are geographic issues. We have a peninsula, 2,000 kilometers juts into Indian Ocean, which is actually tells them that you are dependent on Indian Ocean. And I don't even say Malacca states. Malacca states तो वो states है जिसके ऊपर submarine submerge होके भी नहीं जा सकती. Malacca state, we keep talking Malacca state. Submarine has to go through a longer detour to avoid being thing. Submarine has to float on top in case he wants to use the Malacca states. So there are also Sunda, Lombok, and the other states that they have to use it. So, but in any case, he has to pass through in proximity of the Indian peninsula. So that's one thing. Our relationship with the West, okay, that irks them tremendously. So if you piece all these things together, well, it is beneficial to retain India as an adversary. So if we are an adversary, what will Chinese want to do it? Coerce us? In any which way coerce us? Try it out. We can say Chinese will coercing us. Whether it's United Nations Security Council or naming places in Arunachal Pradesh or any which way, and I can recount. Even you say that the lights went out in Northern Grid, the New York Times said it was a cyber attack. The lights went out in Bombay, they said it was domains of warfare. They said it is cyber attack from China. It went out in Leh last year, it was cyber attack. The national coordinator says 40,000 attacks in a year, all largely emanating from China. That's a cyber attack. So, Chinese are, what are they doing? They are making you look inwards. They're tying you down inwards. We are making ourselves into an inward-looking country so that we're not able to reach our potential. So that's the coercion itself. And look at our neighbors, the way Chinese have gone over. I can name all neighbors as to how Chinese have built inroads. With Padma Bridge on Padma River could not be made for decades since Bangladesh got independence. Now Padma has a bridge made by the Chinese, $2.5 million, connects Bangladesh into two parts. It was not connected till yesterday. The Chinese have done it. No other country was wanting to get into Padma to make a bridge. The Chinese have made a port in Bangladesh now called BNS Sheikh Hasina, which has got berths for 6 submarines and 8 frigates. But Bangladesh doesn't have 6 submarines. Yeah? They don't have intention to buy 6 submarines. What are they making a base of submarines for? Or why are they making a base of submarines in Chukpu in Myanmar? It's all making sure that you tie yourself inwards. So that is China. What about Pakistan? Is a good friend just across, throw a stone, it reaches Pakistan from here. Pakistan is a nation which has yet not developed an identity. It has no pehchan. Since it has no pehchan, it is fractured country. To bind in Pakistan together into a glue, they require a glue. We have 2,000 years of glue, or 5,000 years of glue, that binds, our culture binds us. Despite that we have internecine issues somewhere or the other, our culture binds us into one. Pakistan doesn't have a glue. It came up from nowhere. So the states that they have are all fractured. The only thing that binds Pakistan is anti-Indianism and Jammu and Kashmir. If Jammu and Kashmir is to be finished tomorrow and anti-Indianism dies away and we start trade the way we're wanting to start trade with Pakistan and all goody-goodiness come, what will bind Pakistan into one entity? So anti-Indianism will stand here. So those are critical issues as far as Pakistan is concerned. So we have adversaries, and I won't say that future may tell us that our adversaries may mellow down in many manners. We should hope for. Armed forces are the last people to venture into wars because we don't like warfare. It's not the right way for sane nations and mature nations to discuss issues. But then finally we have to prepare. Jiski lathi uski bhais. If we don't prepare ourselves for adversarial nations which are bound by their own standing and our own views and our own values, then we have to be prepared for a nation which has not developed a pehchan, an identity for itself, that is Pakistan, a nation which has got China, which has got dreams to become the superpower in 2049. It has rejuvenated itself. It has to forget about 100 years of whatever bad times that they had. And so they have to develop into that caliber in 2049. They have to subdue. So keep India down, inward looking, tie us down in whichever way, including, look at our neighbors, and I would state here, all our neighbor foreign ministers have been called 4 times in last 2-3 years in China, in Chengdu and in Kunming, to discuss what? To discuss if there is a problem, how we will help out. So all our neighbors and China making their own private SARC, leaving India out. Look at the transformation that's happening across in any one of our neighbors, and you know our neighbors got discussed eminently yesterday. So what I want to say is that these are issues out here. If we are here, and I will now hand over and we'll discuss it subsequently, if we are here to discuss the domains and dimensions of warfare, then domains and dimensions go beyond the standard domains and dimensions, which is land, sea, land, maritime, air, cyber, electromagnetic spectrum, and space, and the dimension. The warfare is of all kinds, and we have to prepare for it. And I would also end by saying that if we have to, in India, reach the aspirations of being a $7 trillion economy by 2030, and that's our aspirations, then we have to be prepared to ride on somebody's coattails. We can't do it on the basis of our own nation. It has to be, because we require exports, we require merchandise exports, we require to develop ourselves. It is not consumerism alone that will help. We have to develop. So we require technology. We have to buy raw materials or subsidiary material or subsidiary assemblies to make final assemblies to export it outside. We have to become part of the global value chains. If we don't become part of the global value chains, we can't export. If we can't export, we are not developing in the manner we should be developing to $7 trillion and $10 trillion. So we have to ride on the shoulders of a technologically advanced country. China or United States? It's simple thinking, because United States is the basket that absorbs everything you produce, and China, because China has got now 54 of the 64 largest technologies are in China. And if to ride on these shoulders and you require trade, then we have to prepare ourselves to a separate warfare. So basket it out. We have to basket out economic relations that we may have developing with China in the economic domain, and plan separately for the borders which will stand as an adversarial countries that we have to outside. So we have a task cut out. Development, Viksit Bharat and Surakshit Bharat. Both are two wheels of the same chariot, but we have to prepare for both of them. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now request General Dwivedi to please take it also.
Thank you, General Sharma. First and foremost, very good morning to my fellow panelists, good friends, General Sharma and Sudhakar ji, and also all those who are present Sunday morning could only compliment their passion to listen to the subject, which is of great relevance to us, but ironically, not many are concerned with this subject per se. In the same breath, I'd like to thank the organizers, General Shergill, my friend JS, and others who gave this opportunity, and I have been part of this event for last 7 years, so always a pleasure. Ironically, I could not be present physically because of clashing parallel engagements in the academia, but nonetheless, I'll try to do my best to put across whatever I understand about China, and I follow this nation very, very closely. Well, the topic is very relevant, and General Sharma highlighted a couple of points which actually I like to dwell, and 3 or 4 important points as to why might is right. Might has always been right, but it is the way you apply might that has changed over a period of time, because power has always decided the fate of those who are powerless, but how you deploy power, is it hard power, is it soft power, is it smart power? Now that is what is the question, but power has always been predominant factor in shaping the destiny of humanity. Secondly is China. Well, Chinese have defied the basic tenets, whether it is development or whether applying power, and having been as defense attaché in China for 3 years and also followed China very closely during my service years, well, the Chinese have a way of doing things which are not in the normal playbooks. They are known to make their own playbooks, and that's what makes Chinese little different and also a very difficult neighbor, a very difficult competitor. And how Chinese are able to make their way without firing a shot. They are gobbled about 90% of South China Sea. They have been at our borders repeatedly time and again. And in the last confrontation, which started May 20, incidentally, I commanded a battalion in Trishul and Siachen, so I have a ground view as to how they came about and put us on the back foot. And we are again trying to get on the level playing field, but that is what Sun Tzu said a good about 2,000 plus years back, that the real acme of generalship is to win a war without firing a shot. Now with these I'll go into very specific issues, and but 2 things are very important to understand. We know what China has done, but it's very important to know how they are done. And that is only when you join the dots, you come to know what exactly is the design. Well, Chinese have paid great attention to security and to the application of power, because about 2,500 years back, when China was founded on the basin of Yellow River, it was after the Yellow Emperor. He defeated 56 adversaries, and that's how the China came into being. So the Chinese have fought their way through for the very inception, and they have fought their way through how they have grown today. And China became a country sometime in 220 BCE, and that's again the Emperor Qin of Qin dynasty. Again, he fought number of adversaries to get China into a one country. Please remember that in Chinese architecture, in Chinese strategic culture, 2 things are very important. One is conducive periphery, means submissive neighbors. And second is the use of power is absolutely legitimized to achieve the political aims. Now, these 2 actually give us why Chinese behave in a certain manner and why we find difficult to understand Chinese, because we primarily do not try to figure out as to how the Chinese think. Now let's come back to the current perspective, because I don't have time to go into the historical perspective, but let's get back to 1949, when the Chinese revolution fructified and we got our independence around 1947. So we have started this new age almost together. The Chinese Revolution was a bloody war, bloody civil war, which Mao Zedong fought the Chiang Kai-shek forces. That time, the whole tenet was the guerrilla warfare. But over a period of time, the Chinese, first thing first, what Mao Zedong did was to define the boundaries of China. And that is why what I talked about conducive periphery, why PLA walked to Tibet in 1950, how they grabbed Xinjiang in the Mongolia, and General Sharma talked about the Chinese shadow looming large on South Asia. China treats South Asia as their backdrop. China treats South China Sea as the extension of the periphery. Therefore, the Chinese have laid great deal of emphasis to ensure that their periphery is conducive. Why did they fight 1950-53 Korean War? Incidentally, I was also defense attaché in Korea. So therefore, they fought this war because they didn't want the Americans to be breathing on Yalu. And therefore, they fought the war. They lost about 500,000 soldiers, but they kept the Americans at 38 parallel. Again, conducive periphery, peaceful periphery, which is so very important. Why did they come and fight India in 1962? Because they wanted to secure Xinjiang and Tibet and make a highway linking Kashmir to Lhasa. Therefore, they required the territory, and they did so. But the aim, what was the aim? Jal Sharma just had brought out, why do Chinese do that? In fact, the Chinese aim was very clear. Mao Zedong's aim was very clear, to put India on a back foot for about a decade. I think same thing what Xi Jinping tried in 2020 is something very similar, because he is trying to replicate as Mao too. Again, Chinese went in 1979 to teach Vietnam a lesson, learnt more than they could teach, and that's where the major review of Chinese way of war fighting, the Chinese transformation actually started. And 1992 Gulf War actually shook up Chinese leaders, and they realized that it is not possible for China to emerge as a global leader until they have a very strong army. And PLA was founded on 1st August 1927 as the armed wing of the Chinese Communist Party. So PLA willy-nilly is the party of the army, and it has a great role in keeping Communist Party in power and also in ensuring China's emergence as a global leader. But the major shift in the Chinese thinking took place in 1998 when they came out with the first white paper, and incidentally, I was present as a defense attaché when the paper was unveiled to the larger public, and that's where they defined three very clear aims for China. First and foremost was sovereignty. Sovereignty implies integration of all the territories the Chinese claim historically, and that includes Taiwan, that includes South China Sea, that also includes South Tibet, that is Arunachal Pradesh. So therefore, for Chinese sovereignty is very important. Stability. Stability means continuation of Communist Party of China in power, and that is non-violable, and to that PLA, People Liberation Army, has a great role to play. And third was modernity. Chinese Communist Party realized that China can grow only if it is economic power. That's where Deng Xiaoping, when he started the reforms in 1978, he made two very important statements. Firstly, to be rich is glorious, and secondly, it doesn't matter whether the cat is white, black or white, as long as it catches the mice. And that's where the reforms started. Incidentally, around 1990, India and Chinese GDP was almost same, about $350 billion and $390 billion. But today, the Chinese are at $18 trillion, and we are still trying to reach the 4 trillion mark. Now, the Chinese have been consistently coming out with the white papers. In 2006, they came out with a white paper, and that was how to win local wars, limited wars under high-tech conditions, and they coined a term, and two terms they coined. One was informatization. Informatization means how you leverage the information and to defeat a superior enemy. And that was the sensor to shooters, and how you are able to get the whole information into a domain, what Jal Sharma talked of, in the particular domain, how you get the complete information. And there are multiple dimensions to getting that information. And secondly was, they came out with a concept of active defense, means proactive defense, where nation as a whole, they came with the concept of comprehensive national power. That means the nations are pitched against each other, not by any military strength or economical strength. It is a total power. Today, Japan is a economically number 4 economy, but they don't have the comprehensive national power. So therefore, they came up with the concept of comprehensive national power. That means the total power of the country. And that's where China's rise to be a competitor against America actually took roots. But fast forward, real change has come in 2012, when Xi Jinping assumed the power as the 5th generation leader. He set out two very clear aims for China. That is China Dream and rejuvenation of China. China Dream is by 2035, China will be an economic power, and by 2049, coinciding with the 100th anniversary of Communist Party of China victory revolution, China will be a global superpower, effectively contesting the
Sir,
American.
may I request you to wind up, please, sir?
Yeah, I'm just coming because that's how fast forward. So therefore, now Xi Jinping era is the one which we have to watch very, very closely, because Xi Jinping is the lifetime president of China. So therefore, there are not going to be any major leadership changes in next about decade or so, and neither they are going to be changed in the trajectory and the direction that China is moving. So to this extent, I like to wind up with 3 very important points. First and foremost, the Chinese have a very clear roadmap. They have a very clear military strategy. They have a very clear economic strategy. After all, what is BRI? It was not a pipe dream. It is how to increase the Chinese strategic footprint across the globe. No one had done that before, because American exercise power only through hard power. The Chinese have used, what we call it the checkbook diplomacy, debt trapping, to go around the globe and put their flag. The second very important point is that Chinese have no doubt that they will emerge as the global players, maybe a decade up or down, but that is the reality. And as far India is concerned, because that is what we should be concerned. We have a neighbor which is a very difficult neighbor, a neighbor which has expansion design, a neighbor which wants a secure periphery, and General Sharma brought out what China is looking at India. China wants India to be a submissive player. Yes, they will accept us as long as we toe the line, because they do not want to see any threat around them, even if it could be potential threat. Therefore, Chinese aim is very clear: unilateral, unipolar Asia, maximum bipolar world, and Chinese will continue to breathe on our neck, on our borders, ensure that we are kept into place, we are kept cocooned in the South Asian environment, and anytime we try to measure up to them, they will ensure that they will put us in the right place. So therefore, only one message for India: we need to gear up ourselves up. We need to get a comprehensive national power. We need to reduce the wide gap that exists both in economic and military terms. And finally, please remember, Chinese respect strength, Chinese respect power. Therefore, Chinese only negotiate with the equals. They almost gobble up the weak. That's all that I had to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Great pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Very grateful, sir. China will remain expansionist. Jan Sudhakarji. Take your time, up to 10 minutes.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'll try to meet the deadline stipulated by the chair. Thank you so much, sir. Firstly, extend my gratitude to the chairman, General Shegil, and the entire organizing committee, because this is the last time perhaps in this year I'll be addressing such an august gathering, for having invited me, taken me out from Jaipur and speak on something which is very sensitive. What is the topic, ladies and gentlemen? The domain in modern warfare, India, Pakistan, China. Am I right, sir? This is the topic, sir. The domain in modern warfare, India,
China, Pakistan. Now, what does it mean? Why is such a mega event focusing on a topic? Is it relevant in the India's context? I'm talking like a layman, ladies and gentlemen, because these are the thoughts which are flitting through my mind as a student of military science. Has the domains or have the domains changed? I don't think so. As a student of military science per se, ladies and gentlemen, is a subject which will remain comprehensive and holistic. Whether you talk about the First or the Second World War, or talk about any conflict which has taken place between 47 till date, I personally feel with conviction that domains have remained as relevant as it is today, 40, 50, 70, 100 years back. Economy, politics, human factors, your psychology, your nuclear reactors, your energy. Talk about anything, legal component, domains have remained relevant. The moment you go in for conflict, without having factored in all the domains, you be assured that you will come back with a solid face. How many of you know the quotation which I am going to share? 10 minutes, I still have 1 more minute to cover all this part, ladies and gentlemen. There will be no withdrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no withdrawal until the order is given in writing. Full stop. There will be no order in writing to withdraw. Who said this? Sam Manekshaw, ladies and gentlemen. Why am I highlighting this aspect today in this forum is that, is India lacking behind in any of the domains? That is the moot question. If it is lacking behind or ahead of the domains in relation to our adversary, what is it that we are lacking in? Or what is it that our adversaries are way ahead of us? That is the moot aspect. We need to go back from here. The substantive takeaway, I feel as a student of military science, ladies and gentlemen, since time is at premium, let's focus on to one important aspect. I'll make a statement and I'll request the audience to comment. Militaries do not go to war. Am I right? How many of you agree with my statement? Militaries do not go to war. Behind this statement are the domains. Yes, who all agree? Just raise your hand, please, if you don't. Militaries, so who goes to war? Nations go to war. When you say nations go to war, what does it mean? It is the whole of nation, ladies and gentlemen. When you talk about the whole of nation, it is every fundamental and foundational component of a nation. Every aspect goes into it when the nation goes to war. So when you compare the terminology that we are using, domain, multi-domain, what does it mean? Willy-nilly, it has got an orientation with the Western alliances. The army that we are talking of is US Army. US Army, has USA ever fought a conflict or a war in its homeland? Yes or no? Has USA ever fought a war on its domestic constituency in the homeland? Never. So therefore the domains relevant to USA will be expeditionary in nature. They have to fly over 7 seas, go to a different land and fight all the conflict regardless of the outcome. Will domains of USA remain same as India? I don't think so. We have not two potential, these are real enemies, one to the west, one to the north. West and north, willy-nilly, they have colluded. They have virtually become, as far as I am concerned, one front. People say it is two-front war. No. By virtue of a kind of convergence in the military domain, both these fronts have become one front. Today when we are talking, there are 11,000 PLA troops in the garb of policemen along the line of control. How many of us know about this? In Surf Creek, about 12 kilometers crow-fly distance from the nearest BSF post, there is a Chinese civil company, civil-military fusion domain. At the center of that company, there is a bunker-like structure. On top of the bunker, there is a medium machine gun. What the hell medium machine gun doing there? Surf Creek area. New domain. So what are these domains that we are talking of? Is China little away from the domains that we are relevant and acquainted with? Yes. Is China something different than what the USA is? Yes. USA formulated a domain called as Air Land Battle 1986. And soon they practiced it successfully in the Desert Storm. Soon they realized that China and Russia together or separately, they had come out with a new domain, unrestricted warfare in 1997. And immediately after that, in 2001, one new domain came up. Military science in USA is called a full spectrum operation. What is the meaning of this full spectrum operation? What is the meaning of air-land battle? Air-land battle, actually what it meant was application of your resources, putting your troops by air into the point of aim and applying them. Aim was not to go in for a decisive victory, ladies and gentlemen. Aim was to weaken the enemy, make the enemy untenable. In case of full spectrum warfare, they said everything will be put together. Will beat the enemy hollow, will defeat the enemy. Your defense, your attack, your civil population consolidation, stabilization of the situation in the broader front. But soon after that, Russia came up with something in 2007. The new domain was actually evolving in Russia. Cyber attack. Social media in 2007, but came into being in 2011. Tunisia, if you recall, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the social media. I'm missing out the point of 2006. Hezbollah actually brought the formidable armed forces of the entire planet, IDF, on the knees. South Lebanon, in 36 days warfare. These are the new domains which have come up. But 24th of February 2022 is taken as a turning point in 21st century in the geopolitics, the global order. Yes, you all agree that? Russia invaded after an extended and prolonged conflict, hybrid, you call gray zone warfare, cyber attack, you have email attacks, phishing attack, and all kinds of things.
Just wind up, please.
Yes, yes. But 7th of October was a new domain, ladies and gentlemen. Blacking out the electromagnetic spectrum from 6:30 in the morning till 6:50 and carrying out invasion into IDF territory from multi-kind of a platform. Followed by, you had ICOM attack, pager attack, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, today China in 2014 in its white paper and its doctrinal document has come out openly that it is the only country in the world which has got expertise and can contest any nation in the world in all the 6 domains. 6 domains are land, air, sea, cyber, space. What is the 6th domain? As far as China is concerned, it is electromagnetic domain. But soon after that, ladies and gentlemen, something remarkable has taken place in military science. 2020 is the year when the NATO forces have come about something bigger than this to counter China effectively. What is that bigger thing? Ladies and gentlemen, to save on time, they have come into a cognitive domain to hack the human mind. How do you hack the human mind? By sowing those seeds of doubt in the minds of the troops about the superior commander, so that the troops on ground will always challenge and contest the orders given by the superior commander. What is it called as? It is called as weaponization of neurosciences, ladies and gentlemen. Weaponization of neurosciences will enable NATO forces to prepare for a war which they visualize to be contested in 2040. It's called as war fighting 2040. Is India, all these are based on the paradigm of 6G. Since time doesn't permit, 6G is a high-tech, it's I would say, technically very high gadgetry status that the country has to assume. We have just about begun, just about 5G. 6G will take a lot of time by 2032 or 35, long way to go. But suffice to say, we are 30 to 40 years behind our adversaries, particularly China. If you squeeze time, double down your effort, maybe next 10 to 12 years we'll be somewhere close to achieve some domain expertise in order to counter and defeat our enemy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudhakar, and absolutely agree with you. These terminologies are not new, and they've been on for quite some time. So thank you very much for nice work. My panelists did fantastic job. Questions, please. Well spoken.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm a civilian. My name is Lalit Verma from Pondicherry. Just after listening to your talk, a thought came into my mind, and I wanted to ask if there is any strategy that has ever been planned in the following thought, which is of homeopathy. The homeopathy, what it does to the human body is that when the bacteria come to attack you, the adversaries are commanded to kill their own cells. All the cells, there is a signal and a command that comes to them. The enemy is given command to its own enemies that kill yourself. And that is how homeopathy kills all the adversaries in the body. What you just said reminded me of this. Is there a strategy where such a thing can ever happen?
Thank you, sir. Before I hand over to Sudhakar, please, Lalitji, thank you very much for a very fine question. जब तक होम्योपैथी असर नहीं करती तब तक लगता है असर नहीं कर रही है. You know, homeopathy takes its time, so you know we require something radical. So yours, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. If I can. Yes, very quick response to your question, sir. Excellent question. I was asked something very close to what you have just asked today, a couple of months back in a TV channel panel discussion. I had said 5 things that India must focus on. If you are hearing, only then you can. First thing I had said was the genomics. You will understand, you will correlate meaning of genomics. India needs to focus on. Okay, second thing I had said was about the AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning. Third I had said was the energy storage. Fourth was blockchain. And fifth one I forgotten, I missed out. But what I'm trying to say is that biological technology is also part of the multi-domain operation, which we call American concept, but we have just experienced, we have got out of pandemic, COVID pandemic. So your question per se, to my understanding, is giving a linkage to a biological dimension to defeat the enemy, if I've understood. I'm sure, never underestimate, India is a very powerful country, ladies and gentlemen. My conviction is that a lot of things are going on. I didn't know when I gave a lecture about 6G the other day. But soon after that, after the lecture, a lot of well-wishers they gave me that, don't you know that there is a 6G mission which has been taken up by the government of India. By 2028, we'll come out with the 6G. So similarly, a thing which has come to your mind, I'm very sure we have very eminent scientists, very, very profound people to think and apply themselves and come out with a solution like that, with a strategy to defeat the enemy. Thanks.
Can I just add a
Thank
point,
you.
General Sharma?
Yes.
Can I just make a point?
कितने से?
Hello.
We done with it? Okay, I mean, we can be, see in, I'll just come back. The point is that, बुढ़ापे में घर में तो कोई सुनता नहीं है, you get captive audience once in a while, so I know, nobody can tell you आपका time हो गया. Just till the time I leave the mic, my time is on. हाँ जी बोलो sir. हाँ जी जो हाँ जी sir.
for their political and in the strategy and the policy of the army. Can you elaborate this? Am I right in my assessment or wrong?
So you're right, sir, and absolutely right. There is no continuity. And I take a step forward from you say the politicians, okay, the government's change and no continuity. I'll even say even men in uniform. There are two deputy chiefs sitting here who are procuring here. They had dramatic shift of policies when one keeps, the other one comes. Within the department itself, there is no continuity. Continuity is absolutely important here to plan for future. And then, of course, accept that there will be changes, there will be black swan events, there will be grey rhino events, there will be so many things will happen, but continuity is essential. So that one point out here. So,
Can I make a point, General Sharma? Am I still on the panel or?
Sorry, sir?
Can I make a point, General Sharma? Am I still on?
Haan ji, sir. Bolo, sir. All yours, sir.
Yeah, the two, just two quick points. First and foremost, please remember that the, human minds, it's the battle of minds always. And you are defeated mentally first or later, but physically, if you can carry on, it is on the mentally you decide, the victory is decided in the minds of the commanders or in the minds of the men. Second is the continuity. You see, the biggest problem is we don't have a policy. Until you have a policy, only then the continuity will come. We are still looking for a national security strategy. Until that is put in place, the less will follow. So therefore, I think that one of the lessons we got to learn is that we need to have a long-term planning. We have to have a bipartisan policies, whether government come and go, but our policies must remain sacrosanct. Thank you, General Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Grateful. You said पीछे बैठे थे ना तो आगे दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था.
One line, sir, if you allow, sir, please. One line, sir.
So one lines है, sir. बोलिए.
Sir, very good point, fantastic point. What the need of the hour is, we need to have a national security strategy, which you don't have. The moment we have something in black and white, I personally feel things will be, you will be making some structure, making people accountable. You will have a short-term, medium-term, long-term goal to which nation would be striving for. Otherwise, we are armed forces without an aim and objective. Thank you.
I'll end summing up. 5 minutes I'll take, 10 minutes maybe. Don't worry. So the point I wish to make is that we don't have a national security strategy. Yesterday it was deliberated at length about national security strategy and policy, and I found it very fascinating to hear General Bakshi and his team and everybody else. Fact is that we don't have one. There is one draft form which came up in 15 years ago. There was a draft form again in 2000 sometime. Then again 2018 there's a draft form. So we'll have draft national security strategies around which we can't find a consensus. And but does that tell us that if something goes wrong on our borders, that we will tell the public which is sitting here, civilians, that yaar hum nahi lad sake because hamari national security strategy nahi thi? I mean, national security strategy doesn't bind our hands for our own selves to prepare ourselves to the way we ought to prepare. We just can't hide behind the government not having a national security strategy. 7th of October last year, Sudhakar had mentioned here, Israel does not have a national security strategy. But they have a strategy to fight every adversary and go and hit them where they want to hit it here. We require a national security strategy, but that doesn't deny us to get our house in order and get things sorted out. And I'll end by one question that I leave behind to the audience, for which I have no answer and I'm looking for one. Is a cyber attack like that it happened to India, say in Bombay 2 years ago where lights were put off, or a cyber attack that happened when Northern Grid was switched off, or since our banking industry, our power sector are all Chinese equipment largely, if a largely debilitating cyber attack that comes against India, is it an armed attack? How do we respond to an attack which is debilitating in nature, maybe in banking industry or the stock exchanges or the power sector, as it has been happened earlier here? Will it be pivotal to India? Is it as important or less important than what happens on the border? And what, sirs and ladies, is a proportionate response to such a debilitating cyber attack against India? A question I leave behind. And I also leave behind the last issue that I read yesterday, is that the Russians fired
a large number of these drones, Shahid drones, Iranians, the Ukrainians were able to target them off the space in the satellite, turn them around and allowed them to go back into Russia. This is electronic warfare. We got to prepare. This requires no national security strategy. It requires our minds to get agile and trained. Thank you very much, sir. I have just overshot by 5 minutes, which is all right.
Let's have a big round of applause for the wonderful panel. We would now have a little presentation ceremony, token of appreciation from the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please do bear with us. We are sticking to 1 or 2 questions only. We are trying to stick to a time frame, so please do bear with us. You may have questions which you can ask the panelists once the session is over. For all those who don't get a chance, please do bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, it's all right. We have just 5 minutes over.
Over to Aradhika for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. So I announce the next session, which is Shifting Geostrategic Significance of Afghanistan-Pakistan Region. And I invite on stage Mr. R.K. Kaushik, IAS, Sumir Bhasin, and Lieutenant General Kamal Dawar, who is the moderator of this session. Gentlemen. Come. Mr. R.K. Kaushik, IAS, did his MPhil on Pakistan from Punjab University before joining the civil services in 1987 in the Punjab cadre. As an IAS officer, he worked on various important positions in the government, but always continued his interest in Pakistan affairs. He has been regularly addressing seminars on Pakistan in some of the premium educational and training academies of India. He is also a fellow of the South Korean Development Institute, Seoul. Sumir Bhasin, or Sam Bhasin, is a renowned geopolitical analyst and founder of ANAR Global, specializing in strategic advisory for businesses and governments in conflict-prone and emerging regions. Sam is a thought leader on Afghanistan's evolving dynamics. He collaborates with think tanks, policy forums, and global institutions, offering perspectives on governance, security, and diplomacy. He advocates for dialogue-driven conflict resolutions and sustainable development in fragile states. Moderating the session is Lieutenant General Kamal Dawar, who is a distinguished war veteran of the 1965 and 1971 operations. He was wounded in action near the Khemkaran sector in 1965. His notable military career includes serving as GOC of the Ladakh sector, COS in southern Kashmir, and commanding the Vajra Corps for Punjab's defense. He was the first Director General of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Lieutenant General Dawar is a member of the International High-Level Military Group Monitoring, Israeli operations in Gaza and Lebanon, and participates in Track 2 diplomacy. He has authored 2 books and serves on various think tanks. Over to you, General Dawar.
Yeah, my first slide. May I request the people on the last row to please settle down? Right. Respected veterans, military, Litfest participants, our youth who are the future of India, members of the academic fraternity, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to thank General Shergill, General Chitinder, and their entire team of the Military Litfest Chandigarh for their invite to me to share my thoughts with you on a geocritically important subject which impacts our region and India in particular. It is always a pleasure and privilege to be and to participate in the Chandigarh Military Litfest, which indeed was a fine initiative taken some years back by our erstwhile Soldier Chief Minister Captain Amrinder Singh. Must commend the current state government under Shri Bhagwant Singh Maan for continuing this much needed effort to spread security consciousness in our immensely strategic state of Punjab. Kindly remember, ladies and gentlemen, that all states of India have their own importance, but for the security of India and its political integrity, Punjab occupies a unique position. Right, ladies and gentlemen, during the coming hour, we'll be sharing our thoughts with you on the shifting geostrategic significance of the FPAC region. After my opening remarks, avid Pakistan watcher Shri R.K. Kaushik, IAS, who's a welcome regular at the Chandigarh Military Let Fest, will also share his thoughts on today's theme. Of course, we miss Dr. Christine Fair, the well-known American analyst who was supposed to be taking part in today's discussions but has not been able to. We are fortunate to have with us at short notice, Mr. Sameer Bhasin, who has been a long-time resident of Kabul and is very well conversant with Afghan affairs and is in touch with some of the important Afghan personalities since years. At the end, I propose to reserve around over 10 to 12 or 15 minutes for our question hour session and comments from this well-informed audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before I express my views on today's subject proper, I would briefly reiterate the geostrategic significance of the FPAC region, primarily emerging from their respective geographical locations, to refresh the minds of some of our young scholars assembled here. Let me add at the beginning itself that if there is any nation in the world which has made more than full use of its geographical location from the powers that be, it is Pakistan. It is Pakistan who's made good use of its location. Now please have a look at the map. Pakistan, as you would see, is strategically located at the crossroads of Asia, with China as its neighbor in the north, India in its east, and Iran and Afghanistan in its west. Thus, Pakistan's strategic importance lies in its geographical position at the intersection of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East. It is thus, whether we like it or not, it is a pivotal player in regional stability, physical connectivity, trade routes, and is the gateway to landlocked Afghanistan and onwards towards the Central Asian republics. You can call it a bridge between the South Asian subcontinent with Central Asia. Now, the ambitious China-Pakistan economic corridor, which we generally call as the CPEC, it's a flagship project of China's imperial, I'm calling it deliberately, China's imperial Belt and Road Initiative. Its prime example of this is the significance as it connects Chinese city of Kashgar in its Xinjiang province to the Pakistani Gwadar port, providing China's access to the Arabian Sea and subsequently to the Indian Ocean. China accordingly ensures physical connectivity and economic integration with Pakistan to serve its ends, including as part of its overall anti-India agendas. Owing to its very adverse economic situation, the Pakistanis are more than willing to do China's biddings and have now become virtually a Chinese colony. In addition, over the past many decades, some of you would recall that the world powers, the US and even Russia to an extent, have sought to engage the Pakistanis to expand their interests in South and Central Asia. The Americans, in their anti-Soviet pursuits in the early 50s, had included Pakistan in their SEATO and CENTO pacts, armed the Pakistanis ostensibly to fight then communism, and later in the 90s, Afghanistan originated terrorism. The Americans, and please note, the Americans, despite their publicly announced policies, have traditionally bailed out continually the Pakistanis over the last 70 years or so, both financially and militarily. How much has Pakistan lent a hand in combating regional terrorism? is a fact known to the entire world over the years. Till date, Pakistan is synonymous with global terrorism. It is considered universally the citadel of terror. Who knows it better than India? We'll be discussing this aspect in parts with our other panelists later. Now let's have a look at Afghanistan briefly. Please have a look at the map, which over the last 3 centuries has been termed as the graveyard of empires. Its location has strategic importance, however, despite the fact that it is a landlocked country, impoverished, backward, fundamentalist, riven by inter-tribal rivalries, drug manufacturing nation and its exporter, and also is terror-driven. Afghanistan too is a gateway from the southern and eastern Asia to the Caucasus and Europe and the Middle East. That since the last few decades, Pakistan has tried to use it as a pawn for achieving some sort of strategic depth vis-a-vis India is an old and outdated story. Fortunately for us, gross interference by the Pak army in the ISI in Afghanistan's internal affairs resulted in a serious Taliban pushback, and now Pakistan itself, after years of machinations, finds itself in a two-front situation. Pakistan now finds itself in a two-front situation, which both Pakistan and China have tried to push us into. Isn't it ironical? So now, despite all the trials and tribulations Afghanistan has suffered, both internally and externally, the Afghans have consistently respected India for its non-interference in its internal affairs, and India being a major benefactor in Afghanistan's development. Now the medieval mindseted Taliban, now in power after the Americans' inglorious and haphazard exit from Afghanistan in mid-2021, maintains good relations with India despite not having full diplomatic relations with it. Also, the Taliban government has not fallen into the trap of the devious Pakistanis who felt that after the US exit, Afghanistan was waiting to jump into their lap. All I will say at this moment is that Pakistanis have realized that religion and the pursuit of terrorism together are not the only glue to foster relationships. Somewhere exclusive national interests come into play. Now that the Pathans, please, which you all know, impoverished that they are, through them runs a strong streak of independence and self-pride. The Pakistanis are once again realizing this ancient truth about the Pathans. A couple of important points regarding current Pakistan standing in its regional affairs. We all know that since independence, when Pakistan took birth from the same womb, from the womb of Mother India, it has consistently followed an anti-India agenda in all its strategic political formulations. A myopic, self-limiting, self-destructive policy. All governments and prime ministers in India, including the current one, have endeavored to improve relations with Pakistan, but to no avail. The Pakistani deep state, which is the unholy trinity of the Pakistan army, its sinister intelligence agencies, and the many terror tanzeems it nurtures by the Pakistani establishment, relations with India have remained a zero-sum game. Barring for a short period in the early 1950s, when Liaquat Ali Khan was the Prime Minister, he was assassinated later, and for 3 years or so, when General Musharraf was both the army chief and the Pakistani head of state, relations have been adversarial, vary between the two neighbors. The China factor too, which was covered very beautifully in the last session, have played its part in ensuring that our relations do not improve. So what is the way forward? Or is there a way forward? Economically, as you all know, Pakistanis are virtually a breath away from starvation. Most of you will recall on the television all those news which you saw, old women, old men, children carrying, atta bags being given by the Pakistani government during Eid. And while they were carrying it to their houses, people, snatching it from them. So this is the state of Pakistan. Now, internal stability inside Pakistan is declining by the day. Balochistan, in its quest for independence, is getting increasingly restive and violent by the day. Militant Balochis are targeting Chinese engineers and personnel who are working on the CPEC. Balochis are not sparing even Pakistanis' labor and management who are coming from outside Balochistan and coming into Balochistan for some work or the other. Every 10, 15 days, some of these Pakistanis themselves, fellow Pakistanis themselves, are getting murdered brutally by the Balochis, whose quest for independence is increasing by the day. Even Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is ridden with terror acts against the Pakistan establishment. The Afghans do not recognize the 1912 British-ordained Durand Line frontier demarcation between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and off and on clashes do take place between the troops, border guards of the two nations. Actually speaking, Durand Line holds the key to Afghanistan-Pakistan relations. Kindly remember, it holds the line which is the basic fulcrum. The formidable terror outfit Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan continues at will targeting Pakistani army assets. The vastly popular former PM Imran Khan languishes in jail on trumped-up charges. His vast circle of supporters do go on a rampage off and on. You must have seen something, heard what happened about 4 to 5 days back. Now, the so-called democratic government of Shahbaz Sharif only survives on the oxygen supplied by the Pakistan army. Amazingly, when it comes to India, the current Pakistan Army Chief, General Asim Munir, barring one minor statement the other day in improving relations with India, is considered overall highly anti-India and has shown no inclination to improve Pakistan's relations with its far more powerful neighbor. Now, after the assembly elections in J&K, Pakistan has stepped up its terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir. And now, since the past few months, after the regime change in Bangladesh, with the ouster of the pro-India Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, Pakistan now sees a new opportunity to create fresh problems for India. Already, Pakistan has gone into an overdrive to establish fraternal relations with its former half. Thus, out of nowhere, India's eastern flank has also become a cause of serious concern for us. A point which some geoanalysts ask, and I think it was asked yesterday in one of the sessions, is somewhere the United States also involved? Is somewhere the United States also involved? I would like Mr. Kaushik's views too in his discourse. I'd like to end mentioning a few words at the macro level about our region and the geostrategic shifts or changes in the recent past. For the first time in many, many decades, Afghanistan is being left alone by global powers to work around itself. There seems to be no massive concern as far as Afghanistan was concerned by the global powers as was in the past. Now, despite initial apprehensions of Chinese making major inroads into Afghanistan after the US exit, the Chinese economic and political interventions in that country are nothing very substantial except in the areas of minerals and mining. One of the reasons the Chinese forays into Afghanistan have been conservative is because of the Chinese experience, not so pleasant experience in Pakistan while they're constructing the CPEC. The Chinese, of course, are subtly trying to improve relations with the Taliban leadership, and they have given Taliban adequate opportunity to open their embassy in Beijing. But what India has to be careful is the fallout of China's efforts to get the Pakistanis and the Kabul government together. Thus, India, who were always opposed to the Taliban government, when the elected governments of Hamid Karzai and Ashraf Ghani were there in Kabul, We have also warmed up to the Taliban, and now we have the Afghanistan establishment represented by a student who was studying in India. He's in Bombay, he's the acting honorary counsel, and the Afghanistanis have established a small office there. Of course, India has also not yet officially recognized, like the rest of the world, the Taliban government. I'm told the Taliban government is also clamoring for some diplomatic status and office space in New Delhi. So it's been overall a pragmatic step by India to establish relations with the Taliban administration. As regards the Taliban's track record regarding human rights and the status and treatment of Afghan women, since we also preach morality in public life, which is very good, in our policies we can try to influence to whatever extent possible by sending some well-known, respected, renowned Muslim clerics from India to Afghanistan and try to impress upon their fellow clergymen their rightful place in Afghan society. We have to tell the Afghanistanis to look, the Saudis who are very diehard Sunnis have also opened up. So kindly you also open up to your women and your children. So nevertheless, whatever happens, we must continue further to improve our relations with the Taliban, who appear will remain in power in the foreseeable future without any doubt. Now, a strategically important country in this region is undoubtedly Iran also. Though currently Iran is terribly occupied with its confrontation with Israel and the destruction caused on its proxies, that is the Hamas, the Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran with its oil wealth, overall military capabilities, and a near successful quest in its nuclear capabilities will continue to be of significance in the region. Its relations with both Pakistan and Afghanistan impacts the overall geopolitical stability of the region. And for us, no matter how close you get to America or you don't get close to it, kindly remember Iran with all its oil wealth has a lot of strategic importance for us. Now with these opening remarks, I will now call upon Shri R.K. Kaushik, Indian Administrative Service, who is an avid scholar regards Pakistan and has contributed over 100 articles on Pakistan in the media. He regularly addresses seminars at various prestigious institutions, both civil and military. He is also an MPhil from the Punjab University in his favorite subject, Pakistan. He is also a fellow of the South Korean Institute, Seoul. Come, Mr. Kaushik.
Thank you very much, General Shergill and General Kamal Davar and the organizers for inviting me here to speak on this very important topic. In fact, our neighbor Pakistan and Pakistan's neighbor Afghanistan have played very important role in our history in the past many decades and centuries. So far as Pakistan is concerned, it has always, right from its birth, exploited its geostrategic position and has never had any hesitation in telling the Western countries that it would be playing as a protege to curb the menace of communism in late 40s and early 50s. It is pertinent to add here that Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, way back in September 1947, sent Mr. M.A. Isfahani, a businessman from Bombay, to Washington to tell President Truman that it would be playing its important role as a geostrategic ally to curb the Red Army and the Soviet influence in this region. The result of that policy, which was initiated by Mr. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, had its effect. In 1954, we know Pakistan became a member of CETO, and in 1959, it became a member of the CENTO. These were security-related alliances and groups which were led by the United States. But in case of Pakistan, we have to understand the internal mechanism and the dynamics of its governance system. In Pakistan, in the first 11 years, 4 governor generals and presidents and 7 prime ministers changed places. It led Pandit Nehru in 1958 to say that I don't change my jackets so often as Pakistan changes its prime ministers. The instability led to ultimately the involvement of the Pakistan army and its very first army chief, who had taken power in February 51, General Ayub Khan, a February 1928 Sandhurst commissioned officer. He took power as a martial law administrator in October 1958, on 20th October 1958 to be more specific. This martial law started in 1958, continued till 20th December 71, when Ayub Khan and later Yahya Khan ruled Pakistan. This martial law story further continued in July, from 5th July 77 till 17th August 1988, 11 years of General Ziaul Haq's martial law, and then again 12th October 1999 till February 11, 2008, when General Musharraf ruled. In all, 32 years of martial law in Pakistan led to a dysfunctional state, a state where the army started dominating the affairs of the state, the military establishment. Whatever may be the facade of the government, whether X is the Prime Minister, Benazir is the Prime Minister, or for that matter Nawaz Sharif is there, or Shehbaz Sharif is there, or even Imran Khan is there, the back is always in the hands of the military establishment, and they called the shots. Weak civilian leaders and strong military presence and strong military establishment has its impact on the geostrategic position in this area and in case of Pakistan's policies. Now, we have to see one more thing, the benefit which Pakistan drew from this geostrategic alliances. It is very pertinent to mention here that from its existence as a nation state till date, as on today, it has received $90.2 billion US dollars of aid from United States, $90.2 billion. Again, it has received $87.1 billion of economic aid from other countries, which included Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, and even China. That aid is $87.2 billion. So in all, $177 billion of aid has been received by Pakistan from its geostrategic position and its importance as a nation state. Also, it is very relevant to add that since its existence as a nation state, Pakistan has had IMF programs. We in India had only one IMF program in 91, but in Pakistan's case, at present they are on their 25th. They have applied and have got 25th IMF program, in which they are going to get around $9 billion in 3 years. So in Pakistan's case, since it has always been dominated by military establishment, the weak civilian leaders have a no-go area. They have no say in foreign affairs. They have no say in nuclear policy issues. They have no say in defense matters. They have no say in defense budget. They are not now even having this area of finance and economic affairs. The press, TV, journalism, social media, etc. has also now gone out of bounds for them. All this is controlled by Pakistan's military establishment. At present, the economic situation of our neighbor Pakistan is not very good. It has $132.2 billion of foreign debt. Its internal debt is almost 48 lakh crore rupees of Pakistani rupees. The increase in population in case of Pakistan is 2.9% annual growth rate in increase of population, and the annual growth of economy is 2%. It is very relevant to add that in recent times, Pakistan establishment brought Imran Khan into power. But before we dilate on that, I would like to mention that there have been 2 instances in Pakistan's history when army or the establishment has not dominated. The first instance was from August 47 till October 51, when Liaquat Ali Khan, the Prime Minister, was assassinated. At that time, establishment had no say, and it's the civilian leaders who called the shots. The second period started on 20th December 71 and continued till 5th July 1977, when Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was ruling Pakistan. At that time also, the military establishment played second fiddle to the civilian leadership. Except for these 2 periods, Pakistan has always been ruled by military establishment, and they have formulated policies vis-a-vis India, vis-a-vis other important countries, vis-a-vis China or West or United States. Now, In recent years, the Pak establishment, in its wisdom and sagacity, brought Imran Khan to power in August 2018, after the removal of Nawaz Sharif in July 2017, and before that, the PPP regime led by Gilani and the PPP leadership. What happened was that I wrote many articles on that, and my policy, what I formulated was that his survival depended on the economic efficaciousness which he would show. And Imran Khan failed totally in the economic field, leading to a situation that the then military establishment led by General Qamar Javed Bajwa ultimately decided to get rid of him. And he was removed on 9th April 2022. As General Kamal Dawar has mentioned, he remains in jail since August last year, and presently his party is being crushed by the Pakistan military establishment. And the geostrategic importance, so far as the geostrategic importance of Pakistan is concerned, it has decreased after the withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan. The Taliban regime is not having such a cordial relationship with Pakistan, and there are certain fissures which have cropped up. But in the present ruling setup in Afghanistan, Pakistan has a man called Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is the Interior Minister of Afghanistan, who is a protege of ISI. But then there are others who oppose Pakistan's interference in Afghanistan, and then especially the Afghan regime has supported the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and that has continued its attacks and interference on Pakistan's affairs. So the shift in geostrategic affairs is very visible, and the importance of Pakistan as a nation state has decreased. The question comes whether there is any chance in the recent future of civilian leaders taking up. No, presently it is not possible to prognosticate whether there will be any civilian leader who would control the Pakistan's military establishment. The present government, led by Shehbaz Sharif and supported by Pakistan People's Party and Muhteda Qawmi Movement, is a weak government. And the present army chief, as General Dawar said, is General Asim Munir. He calls the shots, he leads the establishment, and as General Dawar hinted, on 27th of November, there was an attack in Islamabad on Imran Khan's party workers, and there is a report which says that more than 500 people were shot in the night by the Pakistan military's 12th Frontier Force Regiment, which was deployed there to shoot them. The Army Chief of Pakistan has a personal, you can say, he is personally against India, and he always speaks against India. He is a officer of April 86 seniority, born on 6th June 1966 in a lower middle class family. He is from Officers Training School, Mangla, and this leader of Pakistan's military establishment has been saying things against India, and has a very conservative and difficult attitude so far as Indo-Pak relations are concerned. So this remains the situation in Pakistan, where economic collapse is very visible, but the country as such is not improving its relations with India, and is trying to get the same role which it played during the American forces in Afghanistan. So far as Afghanistan is concerned, we all know that it is a gateway to Central Asia. It is rich in mineral resources, and a Pentagon study said that the mineral wealth of Afghanistan is as much as $1 trillion. This is the American Geological Survey and the Pentagon study, which was recently published. We all know that...
Couple of minutes.
Just 2-3 minutes, sir?
Yeah.
King Zahir Shah ruled Afghanistan from 1933 till 17th of July 1973, 40 years. Then came President Daud Khan from July 73 till April of 1978. Then a Bombay fruit seller, Noor Mohammad Taraki, took over when People's Democratic Front took over power, backed by Soviet Union. He remained for 1 year only, removed by a palace coup of Hafizullah Amin, but ultimately on 27 December 1979, Babrak Karmal was put as president of Afghanistan, and when Soviet Union intervened, and 8 infantry and 2 armored divisions were sent by Soviet Union to come to Afghanistan, and they placed Babrak Karmal as the president of Pakistan. He continued till 1986. It is also very relevant to add here that after that the American-led forces and Pakistan played the frontline states role in 1980 onwards and fought the Mujahideens and put the Mujahideen against Soviet forces. Soviet Union further increased the strength of its army by another 3 divs during these conflicts, which continued for many, many years. In 1986, the Soviet Union replaced Babrak Karmal with President Najibullah, who continued for another 6 years till 92, when Burhanuddin Rabbani took over in September 92 and remained in power for 4 years. Burhanuddin Rabbani was soft on India, but in 96 September, when Taliban first phase came into power, it was Mullah Umar who called the shots, and India was totally out of scene in Afghanistan. The geostrategic importance of Afghanistan was there, but still at that time only 3 countries, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and UAE, recognized Taliban regime, and rest of the world totally boycotted the regime led by Mullah Umar from September 96 till 2001. It was after 9/11 attacks when NATO-led forces led by United States attacked Afghanistan and captured power. And after that, the President Karzai and President Ghani ruled the country till 15th August 2021, when Taliban's second part came into power. In the present government, there are certain people who are in favor of India, and especially Amir Khan Muttaqi, the foreign minister, Sher Khan Stanekzai, the deputy foreign minister, and the son of Mullah Umar. Mullah Umar is no more. His son, Mullah Yaqub, who is the defense minister, they are considered as pro-Indian in the present setup. But then there is a man called Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is the interior minister of Afghanistan. This man was involved in the attack on the Indian embassy in July 2008, when a lot of people from Indian embassy, including Brigadier Mehta, the military attaché, was killed. So there is a mixed government there, but India has definitely started its interaction with the government in Afghanistan, and it has opened not exactly a consulate, but a unit in Kabul. Presently, there are 21 countries who have opened their consulates in Kabul, despite ostracization and isolation of Afghan government. There are countries are opening up. China, as General Dawar said, has a full embassy there, and the Taliban regime has also opened in 49 countries of the world their consulates or small establishments. So presently the geostrategic situation remains slightly complex, but we in India are watching the situation, and we have interacted with Taliban. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik, for your comprehensive historical overview of Afghanistan in particular. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I call upon Sameer Bhasin, our man in Kabul.
Sir, firstly, I'd like to thank you personally and General Shergill and the organizers for this opportunity. I will break down my talk since we are talking geostrategy. So according to me, we have to put it in the reference of the great game. This is great game 4.0. The speaker before me gave a historic reference to but I'll put it in a different context, because Afghanistan's geostrategic or geolocation also is a disadvantage to the local people, because as General Dawar said, the graveyard of empires. So this is Great Game 4.0. As we all know, Great Game 1.0 started during the 19th century between the Russian Tsars and the British Empire. Then we had the Cold War phase, and then we had the War on Terror, which started the US intervention. Okay, as we now see in our framework in geopolitics, the word terrorism is less and less heard of, and we hear the word of non-state actors. Okay, so Taliban is also a non-state actor controlling a state as the last speaker also stated, every country is engaging with the Taliban regime for its own means and purposes. Okay, so is India. India, as we know, pulled out on August 17th after the Taliban took over Kabul, walked into Kabul, August 15th, 21, which we know all, and there was a lot of hue and cry in India because it is our Independence Day, and we gave a lot of, sorry to say, undue credit to Pakistan because of the significance of the dates. But we've seen things unfold post that, We've seen, and I'd written about this because I had front row seats, not only in the ground, situation on the ground, but I closely did the track 1.5 with Ambassador Khalilzad. And we always had our concerns in our 1.5 track on Pakistan's, because the general feeling was that US would hand over Afghanistan back to Pakistan and things would go back to Taliban 1.0, which fortunately for us has not happened. Okay. India now is engaging. We pulled out on August 17th and then we started re-engaging with Taliban, and we have a technical mission there established around June, July of 22. I think what we need to understand is that the second issue will be that what do we see India's engagement with Afghanistan and the over geopolitical framework. With the coming of Trump, as we all know, through Ambassador Khalilzad, had negotiated the deal with the Taliban. So Trump is aware of Afghanistan, and his focus will be more on security. As he had tweeted also, I'm not into nation building. Okay, so I take a reference from that and the Doha process. Currently, the Taliban who are in control in Kabul, including Deputy Prime Minister Mullah Brother, who negotiated the deal with Ambassador Khalilzad in Doha. And as we know, there was in 2014, there was an exchange of 5, we call them the famous or infamous 5 people from Guantanamo Bay, which were brought into Doha. Okay, one of them is now heads the Afghan intelligence, GDI, Mr. Abdul Haq. Okay, so I also want to say the US is not withdrawn. I can't say more on this stage. US is fully in control. They are giving $40 million. You've seen that in public news. $40 million, some say every week, to the Taliban. Okay, they are not on the surface, and we also saw what happened with Zawari. Okay, so there are different stories, and I don't want to get into the controversies. But US had there was a secret annexure. Okay, the only difference in Biden was, which Trump has also said, the deal was that US would not completely withdraw and would retain Bagram, and which Trump has also quoted. Biden basically, took everything out and did not completely follow the Doha process. As far as the political inclusivity is concerned, we have moved from a democracy to a theocratic state under a clergy regime. So it's sort of, my reference point will be Iran. Okay, although Iran has a presidential system and democracy, Taliban is controlled by the mullahs. Now I'll come to the power dynamics within the mullahs. So as the gentleman before me stated about Haqqani, you have to look at Haqqanis were not part of the original Taliban. They were brought into the Taliban after Mullah Mansoor was killed by a US drone, and the present Amir was replaced, Akhundzada, okay, who's also a clergy, right? So there is tensions on the women's issue and on the future course of liberalization between the Kabul, which are 3 people, the deputies, Mullah Yaqub, which is Mullah Omar's son, Mullah Brother, and the Haqqanis. Okay, these 3 people are the deputies to whereas Kandahar, where the Shura is more conservative and slow moving on liberalizing women's rights and right to employment and education. What I see happening is that the overarching US geostrategy will be under the US-China rivalry. Okay, so we are seeing what is happening with CPEC and BRI. Okay, although Chinese are going to Kabul, okay, but they are very careful and they understand. I have personally visited, they had taken a copper mine, Ainak, which is 30 kilometers south of Kabul, Logar. Nothing has happened there. That mine they've had for the last nearly 15, 20 years now. Okay, so there is no real investment there's a lot of talk about China. Okay, Chinese are facing problems already in Pakistan. So on the ground to implement projects in Afghanistan is not a very easy thing to do. And once the US comes back in and Mike Waltz, who's the NSA, has spent time in Kabul, the interference, I believe, not on local issues, but in terms of security, counterterrorism, and geostrategic rivalry with China will enhance. And as far as India is concerned, quickly, since we have less time, India has, as we know, in Taliban 1.0, we did not engage with them, and only a handful of countries who engaged with them. But during the Doha process, Ambassador Khalilzad ensured that the Taliban went and met because he wanted a consensus around Taliban with the Taliban. So they, as we know, they went to Russia, they engaged with Iran, they engaged with China. Okay, so all those people addressed their concerns pre the Taliban takeover, their core issues. So India's policy quickly, which I have been closely associated. We had originally our, if you remember Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, our original. That's why I always refrain from, getting involved in the nomenclature which the Americans put, which is Taliban. We all know who created Taliban. It was, without saying much, the ISI and the CIA. Okay, which were brought in because the Mujahideen could not, after the Russians left, they could not get together. We know the fighting between Gul Madini, Haqpitar, Ahmad Shah Massoud and all. So all that northern alliance were very fragmented. They were not able to set up a coalition to run the country. And that created space for, because Taliban also, most of the fighters were Mujahideen originally. But it's predominantly a Pashtun force which came under the leadership of Mullah Omar and captured Kabul. And Taliban 2.0 is engaging. But as far as India is concerned, our policy, because we are very apprehensive of the influence of Pakistan, especially ISI, on Taliban. Okay, but I had a deep side insight because I was on the ground. And Afghans are fiercely independent and prideful people. Because the influence, I can describe it in two words. The influence is not out of love for Pakistan or religion. It was more out of coercion. So once they are back here and they're very prideful people, their influence of Pakistan on the Taliban or generally on the Pashtuns is marginally reduced. We saw General Faiz Hamid go to Kabul and have a cup of tea. So everyone in India started saying they have influence. So we sometimes don't apply common sense. If they have influence and they run it by Rawalpindi by remote, then why is he standing there in public view? Okay, it is not as it is understood. So going forward, I see the US will play a major card, and as far as the formal recognition of the Taliban, formally, the US still holds the keys. So no country, as much as they may engage, they will never cross that line till the US gives the green signal. US still holds the keys to that, to the formal recognition. And I think going forward, their issues are, we all read in the papers, their issues are economic. I always said it's a drug and donation economy. So they have also, please understand, they have reduced drugs 95%. The Americans, when they came there, the drug production was 300 tons in 2021. When they left, it was 6,000 tons. So I don't want to say more on that. And now, and even the area under cultivation had grown up, besides the DEA being there, besides the UN ODC being there. Now I see geopolitically that whole drug trade has moved to the Golden Triangle, which is Myanmar, which we should be very careful. My concern for India is more the East than the West. Taliban I don't see, because they've also not interfered on the Kashmir issue and have been very clear. And they basically want, the way I put it, they rather want India to step forward because they want to reduce their dependence on Pakistan. And you have Iran. So we created which I was part of, the Chabahar port. We made those investments to have access to Afghanistan. And I think going forward, the US, India will work closely. I see India working closely with US in Afghanistan to secure our interests and to have the way forward, because we cannot work, we have to trust Iran because that is the access to partially, but as we know about our issue with China, that is what I feel is the future. Thank you.
1 minute, Sunil. Before you leave, please answer one question before I put the questions to the audience. I think Afghanistan will always have political instability unless and until there is a rapprochement between the tribes which constituted the Northern Alliance and the Taliban. What is is there any?
Sir, so I know that rapprochement firstly, it's not going, you have to understand what is the end state, okay? Like I said, the model of governance will determine. So I don't see in the visible future going back to Kabul the way it was August 14th, 21, right? You are not going to, I was there when the PM came because I was there in India. GSA inaugurated the parliament and then he flew to Lahore. I personally witnessed that. So we had all this respect for creating inclusivity. The leverage of, sadly, but truly, the leverage of minorities remaining or the diaspora going out, political leverage is next to zero.
Okay.
Secondly, I'll just add one more, right? All that NRF and the Masood which came up, even the Americans said we have no tolerance for resistance. So Americans are fully entrenched with this regime.
Right. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, questions please. Kindly announce your name and, yeah, yes please. Yeah. First the gentleman and then the lady. Since you raised your hands first. Yeah, please.
Sir,
Yeah, it's on. Kindly keep it next to your mouth. Yeah.
Can you hear me, sir?
Absolutely.
My question is to the panelists whether they came across in their analysis the forecast given by J.D. Cunningham in his book in 1859, republished in 2006 with a foreword by Patwant Singh, forecasting all these events which have occurred till date, including partition of India, the Golden Temple attack, and the next 20 years from where India will emerge as a major power controlling the Afghan-Pak region. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comment. Yeah, the lady now, please.
Hello, my name is Priyanka. So pardon me if, because I joined the session late and if you have already provided the details about it. So I wanted to know the current status of India-Afghanistan relation, and specifically because after Taliban government took over in 2021, earlier there used to be 1,000 students, Afghanistan students, who used to get scholarship and study in India. But after Taliban government took over, no student has been able to come to India, and it has been very difficult for Afghanistan civilians to come to India. And so one more thing is, the government has not stopped the scholarship, but they are giving it online, and they are saying no visa. They are not giving they are not allowing people to enter our country.
Right.
So what is the current status?
Right. And also to add to what you just said, a very large number of Afghans come to Delhi for their medical treatment. Would you like to answer this, please?
I think that is very important because even the Afghan diaspora who used to visit, in fact, the visas they were issued a day before were cancelled. You know, so I've met people whose visa was issued on August 14th from the embassy, and so India cancelled. So our concerns were security, and because we need to have because we have recently security predominantly because there were cases of Pakistanis issuing Afghan passports and entering India, and after that there were several reasons, but it's a complex issue. But recently the MEA has announced about 2 months back that they will start releasing visas for businessmen and medical cases. I'm not sure about students, but there is a process of relaxing that. In fact, I'll give you a statistics, you are absolutely right, but this is a very major point of discontentment with my old Afghan friends who are living all over the world, that even they cannot visit India. He said the Pakistanis mock us that your best friend has vanished. So, but we have our own concerns, but we are in the process of addressing those issues.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Sumir. Yeah, General Pushpinder. I'll come to you next. Yeah.
There was a girl's question. Do you want to answer the girl's question?
We've answered.
My question is that the Chinese are very apprehensive of the influence of Taliban in Afghanistan on their unrest in the Xinjiang province. How do you see that impacting the Afghanistan-China relationship and the whole AFPAC.
Yeah.
So I'll go back to the Doha process because people have to understand, even India has to understand that this deal with the Taliban, again I say US holds the keys, although everyone is engaging with them separately. There are still 20 odd, including Al-Qaeda, ISKP, 20 odd terrorist organizations, including Jansa, who you mentioned, is ETM, which is responsible Uyghur. So Taliban, this is the inside thing. Taliban have said we will not allow any attacks from the soil of Afghanistan. But at the same time, most of these organizations were part of the struggle, and they're all Muslim. So there is some amount of clampdown on them, but they're not going too far to totally eradicate or target terrorist groups sitting inside Afghanistan. To answer your question, they are collaborating with the Chinese to address it to some extent.
Right. Yeah. Next question, please.
Hello. Sir, my question is to Mr. Wasim. In the recent past, we have seen a podcast about Mr. Khalilzad. He was alleged there that he has some...
Little closer, please. Keep it. Yeah.
Khalilzad's role was suspected somewhere. He has not played fair with US. So can you comment on that? Khalilzad's role was not fair enough. In some podcast I have listened recently. His role was not fair to US itself, and he has done something beyond the interest of US. Your comment on that, please.
So, the Doha process had two parts to it. One was the safe withdrawal of the US troops from Afghanistan. Okay, and US troops, last troops left on the end of August when they withdrew, but that was an evacuation process. The US troops actually evacuated Afghanistan from Bagram without telling the Afghans before July 4th. Okay, so that has to be understood, because when these troops went to secure Kabul airport and to execute the evacuation, the Taliban had already actually entered Kabul, but they were sitting quiet. And the general who was commanding that division was asked to take over Kabul, so that they could peacefully hand over. And it's a congressional hearing. I'm not quoting anything, which is it's confidential. He has said that I was asked to take over Kabul, but my mandate was to only secure Kabul airport. I did not have a mandate to secure Kabul, because when President Ghani, you have to understand, President Ghani suddenly left at 10:30 in the morning. We actually, Air India still flew a flight into Kabul. When you see those scenes with people hanging from the American aircraft, at that time, because the military side is on one side, the civilian side is on one side, we still executed a flight. Coming to your point, it is Khalilzad's part too, because he's Afghan American. So there is a lot of, anger amongst the Afghans that he let them down, because he was supposed to, the part two of the negotiation was to come about with some sort of compromise of power sharing between President Ghani and the Taliban, which did not happen because President Ghani himself ran away. The situation was created for the Taliban to come in, because when President Ghani ran away, the Kabul collapsed. So Taliban asked the Americans to take over Kabul, which they refused. They were only limited to the airport, and that's when the Taliban walked in. So that frustration which you're mentioning is largely coming from the Afghan diaspora, who lost their power, and they feel that they got a raw deal because President Ambassador Khalilzad was not able to negotiate that inclusive compromise with the Taliban.
Thank you, Sam. The only thing is, I think this gentleman had a point. Old Khalilzad, who I also had the pleasure of meeting in Delhi, he was definitely under suspicion as far as the American establishment was concerned. Now, whether he was, he's also an Afghan, as Sam Basin just, so whether he was playing both the American government, whose envoy he was, special envoy he was, and also trying to please the Taliban and the Americans both. So I think there is some suspicion in what he was doing or not doing actually. Any other question, ladies and gentlemen? Any question in Pakistan? Mr. Kaushik is just waiting. Yes, please. 1 minute, I think there's somebody behind you. Yeah.
Just you.
Yeah, young man. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is that what still motivates Pakistan, even being financially so unstable in
Closer, keep it next to your mouth.
being financially so unstable in past 20 years, and what does it motivates it to participate in promoting terrorism in India especially, and does any narco trading has a part in it, and why was America unable to curb the production of narco products in
I think you opened a very, very big chapter, but I'll request Mr. Kaushik 2 minutes, he'll answer your question.
That's very large.
Very briefly, what you have asked is, the answer is that Pakistan spends a lot of amount on its defense. The figures are fudged. Presently, it is spending around 42% of the total budget on its defense. So when the non-developmental expenditure is so huge, the budget goes topsy-turvy. Please remember that in simple language, the total Pakistan's budget is $50.1 billion US. And when you spend 42% of the budget on defense, there is not much left for capital expenditure or for developmental expenditure. But this has been a story right from the beginning. If you allow me, I will just quote in the very first budget in 1948, when Jinnah was present, the defense expenditure was as high as 63%. So Pakistan spends a lot of money on defense, and that has led to a situation where the budget itself needs boost up as a form of aid or loans from foreign countries. Yeah. Second part, as you have said, terrorism is a state sponsor of terrorism. It's a policy they have adopted over the years, and they have been doing it. Sometimes they increase the button, sometimes they keep it slightly under control. There were times when they put some cap on terrorism, but then they start it again. And this has been a regular feature of their foreign policy vis-a-vis India. So that part is there. Right. Third part is America. You know, foreign countries help you only up to an extent. In simple language, for your age, they don't actually help you so much. It is very marginal help they give you, and they have been giving it, they have been doing it, but to some extent only.
Thank you. Also, the Pakistanis are not generating very much of internal revenues. That is also an important point. Yes, please.
Better give the mic here.
This is the last question, I'm afraid. So please pardon.
So,
yeah.
Mr. Kaushik, whatever you have said, I agree with that. Somehow, I am feeling for the last 5-6 years a very positive change inside Pakistan. It's very strange to listen to it, but as General Banerjee, somebody told that it's not the army that fights the war, it's the nation. I see a change in nation there because for many reasons. Maybe education, maybe their economic situation, maybe their relationship with China, other factors also. I am seeing the young generation coming out very openly in support of India for many reasons. I'm just asking you whether we can exploit this sentiment there to our benefit. Thank you.
Just very 30 seconds.
Your premise I want to challenge, because the change you see, I have not been able to monitor it. So far as Pakistan is concerned, it is ruled by the military establishment. The weak facade of a government is very weak. And there are no-go areas, as I mentioned: Kashmir affairs, foreign policy, defense matters, social media policy, press, TV. Even the finance matters are now in the domain of the establishment. Let me tell you, the chairman of the Habib Bank, Aurangzeb Khan, they forced the Shahbaz government to appoint him as finance and planning minister. Mohsin Naqvi, who runs the 42 channel, it's a channel of Pakistan, 1978 July born, he was appointed as home minister, again on the recommendation of the Pakistan's army chief. He's related to him. So where the army interferes to this extent, and where the growth rate is only 2%, 1.91%, and the population increase is 2.9%. Huge burden of foreign debt, huge burden of internal debt. IMF 25th program, India had only one in 91, Dr. Manmohan Singh went and never again. But they are in their 25th program of IMF. In such a situation, I don't see much change in their, any exuberance or any positivity among their youth or any hope for a very bright future.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Okay, Sam, quickly,
Sir,
30 seconds.
I don't watch Pakistan that closely, but from Afghan experience, one of the reasons can be because Saudi support for the madrasas has almost finished. And Saudis themselves are going on a moderate path to Islam. And if you see the I2U2 agreement which happened with Israel, even there, Mullah Fazlullah and all, toned it down. So they used to they still call Israel the Shaitan or Satan. So that is a major shift which is happening. So that fundamentalist, radical jihadists now have minimal support.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik, and thank you, Samir Basin. Thank you very much.
And thank you, gentlemen. That was an absolutely fantastic, very mentally challenging and kind of scary, the picture that you've kind of put across. And with that, I would like to announce a break for lunch. But before that, we would like to present a memento to the three gentlemen here.
A token of thanks from MLF side, sir. Thank you.
Very well conducted, General Dawar. Extremely good.
Especially for all of us. Thank you. It's nice of you to say that.
Well done. Big round of applause, please.
चलो सब आप आ जाइए
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honored, sir. Honored. I remain in touch with you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, an important announcement. The last session of the afternoon will start at 1400 hours, 2 o'clock. So I would request you can have lunch, move outside and be here by 5 to 2 so that we can start on time. We start the last session at 2 o'clock. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down. We finally come to the last session of the evening. It's always nostalgic because it tells us that it's time to say adios, but inshallah, the Lit Fest will be back. Now, the topic for the final session, a very interesting one. The topic is grey zone warfare, disruptive technologies and non-state actors in the West Asian conflicts. And let me now call upon the panel. The panel for this discussion today is Admiral Sunil Lamba, Major General Neeraj Bali, and Major General Harvijay Singh. May I request the honorable panelists to kindly come up, please. Let's have a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to introduce Admiral Sunil Lamba. The Admiral was the 23rd Chief of the Naval Staff. He was appointed Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee on 31st December 2016. On his retirement, he took over as the Chairman of the National Maritime Foundation, and he tenated this from June 2019 till January 2022. Welcome, sir. Next on the dais, sitting closest to me, is Major General Neeraj Bali. He is the director of the Gyan Chakra think tank, a forum for geopolitical and security matters sponsored by the Indian Army. He is also the author of the best-selling book, The Winning Culture. And ladies and gentlemen, this session will be moderated by Major General Harvijay Singh. He is a third-generation soldier. And incidentally, for the information of all the youngsters sitting us, both his sons are army officers. He is, round of applause, both sons in the Indian Army. He is from the Corps of Signals. The General Officer is a prolific writer and member of Punjab Military Literature Society. Over to the panel for the final session of the evening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and our young friends sitting behind. Our panel will be in form of a discussion. I am Justice Sutradhar. We have a very eminent maritime specialist and a very prominent and well-known infantry soldier with us. So they'll do most of the talking. I will try and feed in questions which I have prepared, and later we'll take questions from the audience. Since we've got a number of we always have a number of young audience, I have included maps in our discussion so that they can keep abreast with whatever is being said. Well, just a few decades away, warfare was warfare. It didn't have a first name or a middle name, and later, a few decades back, it became conventional and unconventional. Well, I read a journal to find out the difference between these two. This is a Small Wars journal, and I quote, "Conventional warfare is stale, attritional, and inappropriate to the challenges of modern era." So I thought I'll check up on unconventional warfare from the same magazine. It said, unconventional warfare typically refers to a range of military and paramilitary operations that are not a part of conventional warfare. So I think the only thing which has changed between the two is the UN. And going further, displayed in the war room of a superpower war college was a quotation which muddles the issue further, and I quote, "The lines between regular conventional and regular unconventional warfare are increasingly getting blurred." I think the way this whole thing started, if these two are blurring the action, we have now added many more names. The unconventional generation has grown a lot, and we have warfares like irregular warfare, hybrid warfare, information warfare, psychological warfare, grey zone warfare, and counting. Well, we will cover all those as applicable to West Asia. Next. Our subject is grey zone warfare, disruptive technologies. These are technologies which have come up new, we'll cover them in the subject. And non-state actors. Non-state actors was briefly discussed in the last panel. We'll carry it further. In the West Asian conflict, West Asia, when I show you the map, is an entire zone which is in conflict. All world armies have representatives there. They have their proxies, they have their trainers, they have everyone there. Next. So West Asia actually consists of 17 countries. First you have a Gulf Cooperation Council, which is along the Persian Gulf, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. And then you have Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, Yemen, which is also sometimes called Mid East. Egypt has been included in these 70 because of its proximity to the area. Afghanistan, well, it connects to the west, central and south. We just heard that in the last panel too, and it lies at the crossroads of civilizations. So it's a complex, dynamic area with conflicts, alliances and power struggle. The ongoing conflicts, we all know them, we'll just read them out. Civil war in Syria and Yemen. Israeli conflict, Palestine, Gaza, Lebanon, Iran are involved. ISIS in Iraq. Now ISIS went away in 2019, but they have got their modules in this area still and capable of carrying very intense terrorist action. Kurds are looking for greater autonomy and rights in Turkey, Iran, Iraq and Syria, among the others also. So it is of great interest to all the global powers, and if you notice, it lies, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, all lie in this region, and that has intense significance for shipping, for trade. We've heard that again in one of the panels. Whatever trade has to go through this region needs permission from one and protection from another. And within the one who's given you permission, maybe protection from people who are there as proxies. So this is the issue with West Asia. Since the first bullet is grey zone warfare, so grey zone warfare has not been discussed in too many details here in any of the panels. What I feel, the intensity of grey zone warfare is a lot in the South China Sea. And since we have a maritime expert amongst us, I will request Admiral Lamba sir to give us an insight of what is going on there. We hear of salami slicing, we hear of fait accompli, and we heard in the last panel someone telling us that China has occupied South China Sea without even a bullet being fired. So to understand grey zone warfare, I will request the Admiral. We will...
No, I just wanted to make a very brief comment about the grey zone warfare. So, General Harvij has already given a fairly comprehensive idea of what it is. It's coercive action below the threshold of actual armed conflict. You know, when I was thinking about the subject before coming here, something struck me that while it has a lot of salient features to it, I think the crux is that there is an element of ambiguity, there is an element of deniability, which the practitioner who's inflicting grey zone warfare on the other state actor would like to deny that it has done that. And the reason is very obvious: so long as you don't attribute this thing to the warring parties, then there can be no war. Having said that, like all definitions, this is open to transgression or crossing the boundaries. And I was just thinking, could we define all that has happened in J&K since 1989 as a grey zone warfare? Now sure, in our minds we are very clear who's inflicting it. The Pakistanis equally are denying that they are doing it. And somehow the whole issue has been kept at a level where no war has broken out between the two countries. A similar effort was made during Kargil. At least in Pakistani mind, the idea was of deniability, not attributing, just occupying our post and then saying it's some militants who've done it, it's not even our soldiers, and hoping there'll be no war. Now here is the crucial point. These things don't happen by definitions. If you cross a certain line where the tolerance of the state on which you are inflicting the grey zone is not going to bother, they'll take a military action, like we've done in Balakot, like we eventually did in Kargil. So this is to be understood that sometimes either your domestic compulsions of a country or the will of the nation will determine where the grey zone business ends and where an actual war begins. Thank you, Harry.
As far as South China Sea goes, when the Communist Party of China came to power in 1949, a couple of years after that they published the famous 9-dash line where they claimed the entire South China Sea. There are 6 other countries involved in the South China Sea dispute: Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Philippines, and Taiwan. All have conflicting claims or have claims to the South China Sea as per the UNCLOS, where you have the exclusive economic zones going out to 200 nautical miles from the baselines. The issue remained dormant till Xi Jinping came to power and started with the growth of the Chinese military, and especially the Chinese Navy. In 2012, they started reclaiming 7 shoals or islets in the Spratly group of the South China Sea. And out of the 7, 3 are more important: is the Subi Reef, the Mischief Reef, and the Ferry Cross Reef, where they have claimed and they have constructed 3 airstrips of 3,000 meters long, capable of operating all military aircraft, including bombers and fighters. When the reclaiming was going on, President Obama was the President of the United States, and the Chinese promised him that they will not militarize these reclaimed islands. Philippines has been the most vocal in this dispute. They took them to the International Court of Arbitration, and the international, as per the UNCLOS, an International Court of Arbitration ruled in favor of Philippines in 2016. But China refused to be party to this case and do not recognize it. She is a signatory to the UNCLOS, but cherry picks the UNCLOS, the rules, to its own advantage. What's happening now is, in the past there have been violent clashes between the Vietnamese and the Chinese. There have been loss of lives, ships have been sunk, I'm talking in the 80s and 90s. Now Vietnam is also reclaiming 3 islands out there. The most vocal has been the dispute, which has been in the news, between China and Philippines. During the previous Philippines President Duterte's time, he tried the policy of appeasement, which didn't work. Now the main dispute which is taking place is centered around Scarborough Shoals, where the Chinese are denying Philippine fishermen from fishing in that area. There is also a landing craft which the Philippines have breached in the Scarborough Shoals. It's been there now for 15-20 years. It's manned by their Marines. Chinese have been preventing them from resupplying these group of Marines on board that ship. There have been clashes taking place between the Chinese Coast Guard and the Philippines Navy and their Coast Guard. But the point we need to remember is, if you look at the Chinese maritime power, the Chinese Navy is the largest navy in the world by numbers, 375 and growing. It's the largest Coast Guard in the world, and the largest ship in the Coast Guard, the Chinese Coast Guard, is almost 15,000 tons. The only ship larger in our Navy are the tankers and the aircraft carriers. They have the largest maritime militia in the world, the largest deep sea fishing fleet. So presently what is happening is they're preventing access to the Scarborough Shoals for Philippines Coast Guard, their fishermen. What is also happening, they're laying claims, and whenever there is an overflight of, say, maritime patrol aircraft, this has happened with the Australians, it's happened with the United States, Boeing also, on these three main islands of Shubi Reef, Ferry Cross, they have fired lasers or tased the pilots in the crew. All these three major islands are fully militarized with radars, anti-air defense systems, anti-surface systems. Plus, on top of that, what is physically happening in the South China Sea is also gray zones in the form of social media influencing the political discourse, economic coercion. When the dispute really picked up between China and Philippines, a simple thing like banning import of bananas from Philippines had a great effect because the largest exporters of bananas from Philippines was to China. So you can imagine the effect on the local economy and the farmers, where the entire market just disappears overnight. So this is an issue which is not going to be resolved easily. They've changed the status quo in the South China Sea, and they're dominating the South China Sea. It's going to be difficult for any surface navy to operate on the surface of the South China Sea with the physical presence and the might of the Chinese. The major maritime power in the Western Pacific was the United States, but the hold of the United States in the Western Pacific, when the countries, because the economic dependencies of all these countries, the Chinese economy, they're very closely linked. You may take a geostrategic stand, but ultimately it's the economics which counts and the well-being of those countries. So China in the South China Sea is a maritime power, an economic power, a national power to be counted with, and they're going to be dominating this. So this dispute is not going to go away, but I don't foresee any resolution taking place. They're not going to come to an amicable solution with the 6 countries. I'll leave it at here.
Just one. Yes. Yeah, so I was listening to this very comprehensive account of what is happening in South China Sea by Admiral Lamba, and I was struck by the fact that maybe Chinese are obsessed with fruit because, like he said, they banned the import of bananas from Philippines, and they banned the import of pineapples from Taiwan almost at the same time. They claim that it has got some, it's infected. And you might say, so what's the big deal about pineapples? The big deal is that 90% of the Taiwanese export of pineapples was going to China. It's worth $50 million. And of course, Taiwanese showed a lot of will by insisting that their domestic market should buy all the surplus pineapples. And I believe since 2021, by selling to Japan, to Australia, to US, their produce has actually increased to 560%. The last thing I will say for the audience sitting behind, the young audience who are here, you heard this talk about how China is being aggressive in the South China Sea. I would encourage you to go to YouTube, Google this issue. The ship that he talked about is called BRS Sierra Madre, which has been breached by the Philippines purposefully, though they called it an accident. And you must see what a cat and mouse game it has developed in Philippines trying to supply or resupply that ship, and the Chinese physically preventing it. You will see cannons being used, water cannons being used, ships being kind of colliding with each other. So I thought I'll just flag it to the young people sitting behind.
I'll just make one more point about the South China Sea. The Chinese operations in the South China Sea doesn't involve the Chinese Navy. It is the Chinese Coast Guard and the maritime militia. So you can see that is how they're keeping it in the gray zone. Okay. And the fishing fleet which is there in the South China Sea. The Chinese, the PLA Navy is not involved in the physical dispute which is taking place. Basically, the physical dispute takes place between Philippines and China and Vietnamese and the Chinese. Indonesia has done a very different thing, where any illegal fishing which is taking place in their waters during the previous Indonesian president's time, very vocally he blew up those fishing boats at sea.
So we've seeing a lot of Chinese ships, their submarines and research vessels coming into the Bay of the Bengal. Are we? Is there a reason for us to be fearful of that, and or what strategy we should adopt?
The first foray of the Chinese Navy into the Indian Ocean was made in way back in 1991, when the training squadron of 3 ships visited the port of Karachi. They came to Karachi and went back. Thereafter, there was no visit into the Indian Ocean till October of 2008. Since October 2008, at any given time, there will be 6 to 8 Chinese vessels in the Indian Ocean, basically in the northern part of the Indian Ocean, which has the anti-piracy escort force of 2 destroyers or frigate along with the support tanker, and they have 3 or 4 research vessels. They have one in the southern part of the Indian Ocean, which is the satellite tracking vessel, which is always there to download data from their satellites. And they have hydrographic and other ships, about 2 or 3 in this thing. So since 2008, this has been the presence. I'll also make one more point about the Chinese Navy. After Xi Jinping came to power from 2014 onwards to about 2018, there was a suddenly spurt of activity of the deployment of the Chinese Navy, and they were all over the world. What was happening is the anti-piracy escort force would spend about 3 months in the Gulf of Aden. One group went all the way around Africa and went back. One group went to Europe. Another group went to Europe, crossed the Atlantic, visited ports in Canada and America, and through the Panama Canal went back to China. In August of 2017, at one point, there were 14 Chinese ships in the northern Indian Ocean. It just happened. There was one escort force, there was a relieving force, there was one force going all the way to St. Petersburg to exercise with the Russian Navy. So this is there. So they've been systematically carrying out survey in the global commons of the Indian Ocean. Our assessment is they may be carrying out surveys to find suitable areas for submarine deployment. Also, they have a claim for deep sea mining. They've been given an area in the southern Indian Ocean towards Mauritius. So they've been carrying out survey there also.
Sir, thank you, sir. Next. Well, getting back to West Asia, we have examples of grey zone warfare in West Asia. There is rampant cyber warfare between Israel and Iran. We have seen examples of those recently. Economic sanctions have been in force in Iran since 2005 by the US, the UK, and the UN. Iran has multiple proxies who are operating in these areas. The principal ones are the Hezbollah, Houthis, who are versus the Yemeni government. And Syria, as we know, is a very complex area of conflict. You have presence of practically every army of the superpowers. You have proxies of practically every nation which is there in West Asia. So it is an ongoing war, and we've had some very recent developments which General Bali will cover. And Iraq has its sectarian violence and the presence of ISIS, and of course the Kurds, which I told you about earlier. Now, Bali sir, I would like to ask you, what is the impact of multiple ethnic populations which are present in this region, and some of them are used by proxy as by one, the other by another. So this little mixture that is formed there of very violent people together, would you throw some light on that?
So, when you look at this very complex region, and I'm just going to reduce it to Middle East, there are several ways of analyzing this issue. One is to go conflict by conflict, country by country, and so on and so forth. But I thought I'll pick a few key points that are happening, or key trends, or key themes, if you like, which have determined what has gone on in the Middle East for some time. First of all, we tend to reduce this rather simplistically to a religious divide, Shias versus Sunnis. But as you know, life is not linear, and there is no such thing as black and white. So while that is an issue, but that really is not the main issue. And what those issues are, I'm going to come to that. At the heart of this problem, at least currently, is the unresolved question of the Israel-Palestinian problem. And while even at the best of times, that problem didn't look like it was getting solved anytime soon, but after what has happened after 7th of October last year, the problem has become more complicated, and everybody is holding their breath for 20th of January when Trump comes to power. So that is one thing that weighs on a lot of countries' minds, a lot of people's minds in the Middle East, as it does in the rest of the world. The second major problem is the jostling between Saudi Arabia and Iran for a supremacy of this world. You can loosely call it the Islamic world or the Middle East world. And what is the jostling about? It's not just a Shia-Sunni issue. Maybe I'll talk about this a little later again if we come back to discussing certain countries. But the issue is now actually ideological and of identity. Let me explain that. Saudi Arabia, ever since 9/11, has made at least some small steps towards modernization under MBS. So there is a push towards modernity. Mohammed bin Salman has even written out a vision called Vision 2030, with more place for the women already allowed to drive, musicians allowed to play, some foreigners allowed to go without headscarves, and so on and so forth. More labor force of women working in Saudi Arabia now. This Vision 2030 is in clash with the Iranian vision of 1979. Essentially, Iran hasn't moved forward from the days of the overthrow of Raza Pahlavi, the coming in power of Khomeini and now Khamenei, and therefore these two countries are perpetually struggling over that issue. So there is an issue of modernization versus Islamization. Countries like UAE, Qatar, now a little bit, Saudi Arabia are moving towards modernization, whereas some countries which were earlier at least in part secular, like Iraq, have moved towards Islamization. The third issue is the long shadows that USA, Russia, China cast on this region. Chinese, of course, are silent players. They are very influential, but they are not really visible. USA has always treated Middle East like their backyard. But tragically for them, their influence seems to have waned. Nobody seems to be listening to them anymore. Not even Netanyahu, not even Israel. Will that change next year or not? We'll have to see. Russians, of course, are involved. If we talk about Syria, they are now again involved. Last 2 days, bombing Aleppo. And they were involved since 2015 into Syria. The next issue is the volatility because of oil. It's a no-brainer that the place is rich because of oil. But increasingly, nations have started to begin to think whether oil is going to be their final destiny. So there is a change towards modernization, diversification of economies like in the case of UAE. This region also has had one other curse, the whims of the individual sitting on top. Well, many countries have leaders who are whimsical, but if you count Middle East, they seem to have more than their share fair. Whether it's Saddam Hussein, whether it is Erdogan, whether it is Netanyahu, whether it is anyone else. And this whimsical nature of dealing with foreign affairs has led to several black swan or nearly black swan events which have determined the kind of destiny of this place. And what are those events? The 1979 revolution in Iran, overthrow of modernity and coming back of Islamization. In the same year, the siege of the Grand Mosque in Saudi Arabia, which made the Saudi kings so fearful of being overthrown that they started pouring billions into their Islamic projects of funding mosques and so on. Something that changed when? On the next black swan event, 9/11, when they decided this was not the way to go. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. The Arab Spring, which held so much promise in Egypt. Not only in Egypt, but what is happening in Syria is actually a direct result of the Arab Spring, but which fizzled out. And the several things that have taken place in Iran since then. And of course, the final is the October 7 attacks, which have completely changed in some ways, the immediate destiny of this region. So these are some of the events. Now, I would really like to talk about countries, but that's probably is going to be again, yeah, maybe we can do it later. That's what I want. So we can go back to Admiral Lamba.
So you talked about the Arab Spring. Would you classify it as a grey zone event, or would you classify it as a social
no, it's not
media event?
No, it's not a grey zone event at all. It's not foisted by one state actor on the other. It is something which is intrinsically came about because people are unhappy. It's a bit similar to what happened in Iran recently over the headscarves issue.
But if someone from another state keeps telling its people that you are not happy, would that amount to being a...
I think as every married man knows, nobody has to tell you whether you're happy or you're unhappy. So I don't think you can socially tell another country that you're unhappy. If people are unhappy, they're going to be unhappy.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Right. Next. Agla, next. So this is a question for you, sir. Houthis, small population, big people, as far as their actions in the Red Sea is concerned. I think multiple navies are operating there. Shipping is being harmed in a big way. So why are we not able to stop the Houthis from making the Red Sea their own?
When you look at the Indian Ocean is landlocked on three sides, on the northern side, east and west. Access to the Indian Ocean is through 5 straits, where the Red Sea is the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, then you have the Strait of Hormuz, which gives access to the Persian Gulf and links the Indian Ocean. And on the east, you have the Malacca, Lombok, and further 2 straits of Indonesia. And when you're looking at the shortest route of linking east to the west, that is, I'm talking of Asia to Europe and across the Atlantic to the United States, it is through the Strait of Bab el-Mandab and through Suez Canal into the Mediterranean. If you have to go around the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, it adds anywhere between 7 to 15 days of passage. So if you're looking at, if a ship is going to go from Shanghai to New York, if you're going to go around the Cape of Good Hope, it adds almost 3,000 nautical miles or 7 days to the passage. The other point which we need to keep in mind is the southern Indian Ocean is, you have among the roughest seas in the world. So weather is very unpredictable south of the Cape of Good Hope. So it adds to cost, it adds to time, And because of the actions of the Houthis, and it started off in support of the other proxies of Iran, of Hamas, and then to Hezbollah. Initially they said they will only attack ships going to Israel. Then the next lot of attacks took place on shipping companies owned by Jews. And then it sort of degenerated into discriminate attack with no pattern in it. It led to large-scale deployment or redeployment of forces from Europe and United States Navy from the Mediterranean into the Red Sea. There was also deployment of Indian naval ships in the Gulf of Aden, and we escorted some ships. To de-escalate the situation, there have been a number of attacks carried out. Like recently, you had the B-2 bomber raid on Houthi position, targeting their missile storages and all that. So because of this problem, it has led to almost 50% diversion of merchant, of at least tanker traffic from Bab al-Mandab and Red Sea going around the Cape of Good Hope, and also of container traffic. This is indirectly had an effect on Egypt and Jordan. Egypt, because they generate a very large amount of revenue of ships transiting through the Suez Canal. They earn billions of dollars a year. So now if 50% of this traffic is going around the Good Hope, that revenue generation for Egypt is also dried out. So this problem can only be solved is you cannot physically convoy all ships traffic going through the Red Sea or the Strait of Bab al-Mandab. Strait of Bab al-Mandab is 1.5 miles broad at its narrowest point. I have sailed through that a couple of times while I was commanding my ship. There's not too much room to maneuver when you're transiting through the Strait of Bab al-Mandab. Okay. The only way you can prevent is to make the cost of attack by the Houthis on merchant shipping expensive, punitive action. And that has already happened a couple of times where there have been attack on Houthi positions and all that. And you also have to message Iran, who's providing the wherewithal. Mere broader perspective, all ships of 300 tons and above have to carry something called an automatic identification system, AIS. It works on the VHF frequency. When you ping it, it gives you the name of the ship, last protocol, next protocol, what course and speed she is doing it. This is basically to exchange information, to prevent collision of seas, and also everyone keeps a track of ships at sea through the AIS. It's not only when you're meeting face-to-face on VHF range, but also through satellites. So what is happening is ships who are now transiting through the Gulf of Aden, Strait of Myrtle, Red Sea, are switching off the AIS to prevent Iran and Houthis to track the ships. So actions have been taken, their deployment of ships. So the number of attacks have come down. After the B-2 raid, there were no attacks for almost 3 weeks after that. Okay, so this is what we do.
General Bali sir, we all keep hearing of hypersonic missile attacks, of very sophisticated drone attacks, including those boats which are unmanned. Now, most nations of the world are struggling to get a hypersonic missile or really, armed drones. How are the Houthis so successful? I mean, it is surrounded by enemy countries, and still Iran gets in those things to the Houthis? It's a little surprising.
Yes, so even the people who are trying to do surveillance on this are surprised as how it is happening. It is not the Iranian drones that come to Houthis. It is Houthis assembling drones in commercially available, products, making them into drones, which are exactly like Iranian drones. The Saddam drone of the Houthis is exactly like how the Iranian drones are. So they are smuggling basically bits and parts, and I'm sure there is Iranian expertise available on ground
For a poorest region of the world, aren't they doing something which is wonderful?
No, these are the fruits of asymmetric warfare. Wherever you have asymmetry in people fighting, a lot of people ask us, you are such a powerful army, why did you knock out the militants in Kashmir? It's because wherever there is asymmetric warfare, there is a certain advantage that lies with the weaker player. If the weaker player fights with the same conventional tactics and strategy as the stronger player, the weaker player loses. But Houthis are not fighting like that. Houthis are doing something totally different, right? So the joke is that people wearing flip-flops are actually firing cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. They've had 200 drones flown to Iran. It's another story that most of them got shot down. They've attacked Aramco oil facility in Saudi Arabia. So I think at the heart of this, I'm sure I've answered that question to the best of my ability, but at the heart of this is that I think the Houthis are pushing the US, the Saudi Arabia, UAE, the entire coalition, which has waged a war since 2015, to stop. And of course they are getting their own sense of identity within their region, within their country, which they command bulk of the country, because becoming a proxy of Iran. So that's at the heart of it.
Next. Next is the use of disruptive technologies. Now these are those technologies which suddenly come up when a war is on, or technologies which make a big impact on an ongoing war or the future of warfare. In Ukraine and even in West Asia, we have started hearing of hypersonic missiles, drones came of age, FPV, that is the front pilot view drones, came into picture. So we've got all these disruptive technologies which may have their origin in different countries, but they have been extensively used in West Asia and in Ukraine. There is a lot of talk, Jalbali sir, there are a lot of, now with all this, what is the future of a armed, manned tank and a fighter aircraft?
Okay, so as an infantry officer, I can claim with full confidence that I'm not an expert on technology. But having said that, I will answer the question. At the heart, sometimes the question is, what do you need now more to knock out the tanks and other infrastructure? Is it fighters or is it the drones? And in a way, this question, all the three.
No, the fighters, like the Israelis have been using their advanced fighters to attack Iran, and also.
So everyone.
So it is against everyone.
Everyone's using fighters. The fighters haven't gone out of fashion, but only I think about 2 weeks ago I read a tweet by Elon Musk, who surprisingly became a billionaire by tweeting, so it seems, who said that F-35 was a stupid idea, that it made no sense, not for design, not for the cost. So there is already some thought purely based on the cost of the cost factor. What does the F-35 cost? Each piece costs $80 to $120 million. And the operating cost is about, I think, $35,000 an hour. What is a best kind of a drone cost? MQ-9 reportedly costs $32 million. So that's a fraction. And the operating cost is $4,000. But the issue is not just cost. The issue is there is stuff only fighter aircrafts can do, which a drone may not be able to do. Even guarding valuable assets is something a fighter aircraft will do far better. Where you need split-second decisions, where you need complex decisions, it's only a fighter pilot who can make it for you, particularly if you, heaven forbid, decide to go nuclear using a fighter plane. So I don't think this is going to go out of fashion anytime soon. Where the decision making is going to lie in the future is, because nobody has infinite resources, nobody has all the money in the world, not even the US. So eventually it is going to be how cost effective each weapon is, and within the budget, what can you afford more? So there is a possibility that you might have less fighter aircraft, or you may have far better integration of fighters with the drones itself, giving drones to fighter squadrons to carry out surveillance, to carry out data sharing, to carry out EW and so on. So I think that is not about to happen.
So, yes, sir, please, sir.
I think too much is being made of the demise of the tank and other platforms. Okay, each platform, whether it's land, air, or fighter aircraft, or at sea, has vulnerabilities. Okay, it's how you employ that particular platform and the operational scenarios. So drones and unmanned are not going to remove the human from the chain. The tank, the fighter aircraft, and ships at sea have got a role to play, and they're here to stay. So let's not be under this fallacy that drones have come and only drones will fight drones and all that. That's not. When you take the F-35 program, the F-35 has been designed and programmed, and the upgrade to the F-35 is going to be a concept of manned and unmanned operating together. So it's going to be controlling a swarm of large drones.
Yes.
Okay, it's already happening. But the manned platform in the form of tank fighter aircrafts are not going to go away. The drones are not going to replace it. Okay, there may be a present vulnerability of the tank to certain types of drone attacks. I'm sure technology will be developed to prevent this. And in my opinion, the tank is here to stay.
Yes.
Just take a moment. So, you know, like Admiral Lamba said, wars are fought with the integration of variety of systems. There is no one system that, you know, there was a fantasy during the first Persian Gulf War that now all you need is Air Force and everybody else can, everything else can go home. In this particular case, you just have to ask the Ukrainian infantry, who's unable to make progress without tanks. So the tanks have definitely a role. In fact, there have been many operations where the Ukrainian infantry has been very reluctant to go forward through the mines and so on, unless the tanks are leading them. So, yes, the tanks have vulnerabilities, like Admiral Lamba said. They are more easily detectable, and they're probably too expensive. A 50 million tank to be blown up by a 5 million drone doesn't sound like a good idea. But this is not that moment in history where the horses are going to be replaced by tanks. The tanks will remain. There's going to be greater adaptability. I think the AI will improve a lot of stuff. Other than that, there will be many anti-drone measures built into the armored units which will help. And maybe tanks will be used for more specialized operations. That can happen. But I fully agree, sir, that we're not seeing a change in history. In any case, I couldn't have said anything different. There are two very senior Army Corps generals sitting in the front row, including one of my ex-commandants. I can't go against them.
So I just wanted to add, at the end of the Cold War, and then in Afghanistan and Iraq, the Americans used their bombers flying very high and dropping all sorts of bombs everywhere and achieving a lot of casualties. So the financial guys started thinking that there is no possibility or no further role for short-range air defense, SHORD, shoulder carried, or even other kind of short-range air defense weapons. And when Ukraine happened, they completely closed all short-range air defense factories. When Ukraine happened, they suddenly realized that they had nothing to attack even the slow-moving drones. So yes, every weapon has to go away in its own time and not under financial advice or compulsions. So I have with this I have a question for you, General Bali, sir, and sir, you, the Iron Dome. I mean, Israel has an umbrella over it of air defense. So do you think, for a big country like ours, how do we enable that kind of a protection for ourselves?
Let's break this up into surveillance needs and the weapons or air-to-surface weapons requirement. When you are looking at the threat, you're looking at right from ballistic missiles down to small drones. Okay. As far as India is concerned, for anti-ballistic missile defense. It's a joint Air Force Navy venture of radars. I'm not going to go into detail because it's classified. There are a number of radars, and we have a surveillance grid to detect ballistic missiles being fired at a country. DRDO is developing interceptors, both endo and exo, that is within the atmosphere and outside the atmosphere. I think a number of tests have already been carried out. It's there in public knowledge. So this is for ballistic missile defense. We've been also, at least the Navy's been in dialogue with the US of trying to get the Aegis system, the version 9, which has anti-ballistic missile defense capability. They're not willing to transfer that technology as yet, but I think sometime in the future there may be an exchange of idea of this technology, and DRDO permits, we may be able to import the system. Other is when you're looking at other air threats, you need a surveillance grid both at high, medium, and at low level, okay, which it will involve radars, IR sensors, and optical devices, okay. On board a ship now, all modern ships, all destroyers and frigates have this full gamut of a modern radar in the form of an Israeli MF star, plus IR detectors and optical systems. The Air Force has surveillance radars all over, both high, medium, and level. They are networked together. The Navy's ships are networked together. The naval air stations have also radars. They are also networked. But we need to network all the sensors available, that a common air picture is available for the whole country. It is still work in progress. I know as of 2019 when I retired, how to integrate the air picture available with the Air Force, the Navy, and the sensors which are there in the Army. So we need to have, when you cover the entire high, medium, low level detection is an entirely different ball game. Okay. Then the other major challenge is of identification friend of foe, IFF. We have legacy systems in the form of Russian aircrafts, ships, Western aircrafts. Now you have got the Rafale. We don't have a common IFF system available at the moment. And the Russian and the Western system don't work. So it is very difficult to identify friend or foe. So we need to have a common IFF system which is fitted across the three services in all platforms, whether it's surface or in the air. This development has been going on for a very long time, and we haven't been able to field a system as yet. Okay. Coming to missiles. Okay. We had a joint venture with the Israelis, and we have what the Navy calls the LR long-range SAMs. In the Air Force and the Army is called MR SAMs, which is out to 70 kilometers. You have Akash. We have finally been able to solve the problem of having an active seeker. We've been able to develop a seeker, an indigenous seeker, which is now being developed and is being fitted into missiles, and there should be rapid development of indigenous missiles, both short range, quick reaction, medium range, and longer ranges. Okay. You're getting the S-400 5 systems away. That's going to bring a huge boost to capability. There's also an air defense system being acquired from the Americans for the VAs and VPs in the NCR region. Okay. But we have a long way to go to provide effective air defense for all VAs and VPs. So we need to integrate the sensors where you have a common picture and you have a common network of weapons to cover the entire spectrum of high, low, and medium. And the final point I want to make is the number of AWACS we have is inadequate to the threats we face both from the north and the west. We need to increase the number of
these platforms available. Okay.
So I have not even a word to add to what he said. But with your permission, since I think we may be winding up, I just want to take a couple of minutes to go back to West Asia, tell a story, and throw a few questions back for the audience to think about. We sometimes think that what is happening in Middle East is chaotic but predictable. Things that Israel is doing is predictable, and so on and so forth. But that has never been the case. In 1960s, the Iranian king, Reza Pahlavi, wrote a letter to the Saudi king, Faisal. And he said, you are very repressive, you are not modernizing your country, one king to the other, let me tell you, you're going to be overthrown. And King Faisal wrote back to him and said, Your Excellency, I think you forget that you are not the king of France. You are the king of a country which is 90% Muslims. You are likely to be overthrown. And he was right. In 1979, Iran had that coup, and that has really changed the whole landscape in this. So the question really today is, with all that modernization that is happening, is will the modernization of Saudi Arabia succeed? With Mohammed bin Salman, the MBS, his vision succeed? Because there must be a lot of people in Saudi Arabia who won't be liking what is happening. People love status quo and they don't like changes of this nature. That is going to determine a lot in the Middle East. And equally, after Khamenei, he is 85. And there are reports that his son, who's 58, is likely to be the heir and is far more moderate. But that's a very low bar. Anybody would be moderate compared to Khamenei. The point is, after Khamenei, So this is one question. The second and the last bit of questions, which I'm sure the audience would already probably know. When we talk about the other big conflict going on, the Palestinian-Israeli thing, the first question is, who will govern Gaza? The Israelis have repeatedly said they will leave a few people, but they won't govern it. They can't govern it because they'll be open to the same sniping attacks in a few years' time. The Egyptians are not keen. There is no such thing as an Arab force coming to govern Gaza. I don't think the UN will get involved in this place which is completely decimated and 40,000 people killed. So who will govern Gaza? The second question is, will the ceasefire with Hezbollah hold? Is it genuine? Or will Hezbollah wake up one day like Hamas did on 7th of October and did what they did? The third is, are we seeing the end of Hamas? Of course, there is a lot of ideological talk that Hamas is an ideology, you can't end it. But other than that also, are we seeing the end? With the 40,000 people who've been killed, will their survivors just roll over? Or are we going to see another start? And finally, are we seeing the death of a two-state solution? I read a very interesting article in Foreign Affairs 2 days ago, which said, Biden, even though he's in a lame duck presidency, can assure his legacy if he moves a resolution to recognize the two-state solution. Nothing will happen on ground, but he would have set something in motion. So I just wanted to air a few thoughts. Thank you.
So, we are at the end of our time. Request questions from the audience, please. Ji, you'll have to...
All questions will be answered by the man who spoke the least. So look at him, please.
All right. So my name is Lalit Verma. I'm visiting Chandigarh from Pondicherry, probably one of the most peaceful places. My question is that I have been attending intermittently the conference since the morning, and one of the highlights was that militaries don't fight militaries. It is a nation that fights nations. And my question is, nations are represented by politicians. Does the military only go out to win wars, or does it also win wars by putting some sense on changing the DNAs of the people who rule us?
It all depends on which country you are in. So if you're in India, I'm afraid that's not the case. we simply follow the rulers of the day. But let me tell you a funny story about this. You know, I attended a course in Hawaii, which General Bakshi also attended. There were 3 Pakistani officers with me, and whenever they would get up in the class, if let's say a question is asked of me, I would get up and say, I am Colonel Neeraj Bali from India. And the Pakistanis would get up, they would say, I am Colonel so-and-so from Pakistani Army. It all depends on your perspective. Many years later, I was a defense representative in Lesotho. I was security advisor to the government of Lesotho. And the chief of Lesotho Army called me and said, the Pakistani DA, who is an Air Force officer, is visiting us from Pretoria. Are you comfortable with it? I said, of course I am. He's a soldier. But I am a security advisor, so he must call on me. And he said he will. So this gentleman, he came to my office, and like all Fauji, saluted me. He was a Punjabi, so it was easy to talk to him. And this Air Force officer says, Sir, आप ये लेसोटो वालों को पढ़ाते क्या हो? तो मैंने कहा सब कुछ पढ़ाते हैं इनको टैक्टिक्स पढ़ाते हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पढ़ाते हैं, लॉजिस्टिक्स बताते हैं, मीडिया से कैसे डील करना है, ह्यूमन रिलेशंस, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, और इनको ये भी सिखाते हैं हाउ टू स्टे अपॉलिटिकल, नॉट टू गेट इन्वॉल्व विद द गवर्नमेंट. एंड दिस गाय लीन्स फॉरवर्ड एंड सेज, सर 2-4 क्लासेस हमारी भी चला दिया करो. So, well, that's on a lighter note. So, it all depends on which country you are. I mean,
let me add a point. When you look at our own country, and you look at since independence in 1947, and all the wars our nation has gone to, none of them have been initiated by us. All the wars have been thrust upon us. In my opinion, in the politico-bureaucratic structure of India, there is no appetite to take the nation to war.
Sir, I'm General Shankar, sir. I got a question. Admiral Rambasa, you mentioned that the Chinese had the 9-dash line, and the Philippines went to the International Court of Justice, and the court ruled in favor of Philippines. And then China said, take a walk. It's not the first time China has done this. It's done in other. Then what next?
See, it's like this. Let me give another example of maritime dispute. We had a maritime dispute with Bangladesh. The dispute started way back in 1980. And we couldn't resolve the boundary dispute between the two of us. A lot of interaction and dialogue and talks took place. So ultimately, Bangladesh took us to the International Court of Arbitration. We also happily went it. And the International Court, both the countries, you make your submission of the boundary claim and then they give you a judgment. Okay. So it was a win-win for both. We didn't get what we were claiming. Neither did Bangladesh get what they were claiming. So it was so they gave a judgment which was agreeable to both Bangladesh and India, and we recognized it and implemented it. Okay. And we were both party to the International Court of Arbitrations. There, India and Bangladesh were represented by lawyers. In the China-Philippines case, China refused to be a party to the dispute or in the International Court of Arbitration. It was not represented, they refused to take part in it. Okay. So as you have the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Laws of the Seas, it was passed in 1986 and has been signed by majority of countries. United States of America is not a signatory to the UNCLOS. Okay. China is a signatory to UNCLOS but doesn't follow it. Okay. There is no enforcement mechanism to the judgment being passed by International Court of Arbitration. Okay, so China has said, go climb the tree. I'm not going to abide by this. So you cannot enforce it. The only person, which nation is going to get involved in trying to enforce the International Court of Arbitration judgments? It has to be accepted by both the parties. That is how majority of the maritime disputes have been resolved when they have been taken to the International Court of Arbitration. Okay.
We'll take one question. Hi, thank you for such an insightful session.
So my question is related to the new presidency that is coming in the United States. Like both the major wars that are going on happened in Joe Biden's era. So do you think with Donald Trump coming, we see there's a way to end these wars, or some new policies will come that will diminish these wars?
I think that only future will tell. Donald Trump has claimed that he'll solve these wars in one day. So let's see what happens on 21st of January.
Sir, last please.
That's it, please. That was the last question, please. No, there's never a last one. Please agree with me.
Okay.
Please agree. There's never a last one. We have one after this.
It's the last session, and next year we will meet again.
It's a humble request. You know, others are also waiting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Wonderful discussion, which of course never should have ended, but everything has to come to an end. Thank you very much, sirs. Now we would request you to kindly accept a small token of appreciation. Big round of applause for Admiral Lamba, please. That was General Bali, and of course the moderator, General Harvijay. Thank you so much. Right, may I have your attention, please? I would request everyone to kindly get together here at 4:30, 1630 hours for the closing ceremony. Request you all, you can have a break, and please be here at 4:30 for the closing ceremony. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, the wonderful children here.
Good evening, Jai Hind. I'm Colonel Avnish Sharma. On behalf of Military Literature Festival Association Chandigarh, I extend a hearty welcome to Sardar Tarun Preet Singh Sonji, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Government of Punjab, Lieutenant General Mohit Wadhwa, Sena Medal, Chief of Staff, Headquarter Western Command, panelists, delegates, members of the media, esteemed veterans, our young friends from schools and colleges across region, ladies and gentlemen. Military Literature Festival Chandigarh, the first and the only one of its kind in the country, is a joint venture of Punjab government, Chandigarh administration and Headquarter Western Command. The inaugural fest was held during 2017 and the 8th Military Literature Festival is now coming to conclusion. I'll now request Lieutenant General T.S. Shergill, PVSN retired, Chairman, Military Literature Festival Association Chandigarh, to tell us some highlights of the festival. General Shergill, a gold medalist from NDA and a veteran of 65 and 71 war, has had an exceptional career both in the army and in the civil. He commanded a division in J&K, a corps in the northeast, and was Commandant Indian Military Academy. Earlier he served as a defense attaché in the United States of America and was Indian High Commissioner at London. After retirement he was appointed as the Chairman Punjab Public Service Commission and later served as the Senior Advisor to the Chief Minister Punjab. His brainchild scheme, Guardians of Governance, got more than 4,500 ex-servicemen on a common platform to oversee government projects, carry out surveys and do meaningful social work. Popularly and affectionately called Mao, General Shergill is the founder chairman of Military Literature Festival Association Chandigarh. General Shergill.
Thank you, Avi. You always inflate whatever I've done far too much. Honorable Minister, Sardar Tarun Preet Singh, the Chief of Staff, Headquarters Western Command, Lieutenant General Mohit Wadhwa, Sena Medal, ladies and gentlemen, and more so the children at the back, who have been our mainstay throughout this complete festival, and it's been a delight to have you all. Our greatest backing comes from the Tourism Department of Punjab, and for that, Honorable Minister, I am gratefully thankful to you. And there's a team of yours with, you got Sardar Balwinder Singh Jaggi, you have Gunpreet Walia, and you got Major Harjot Kaur, who's sitting here. They've been a great help in ensuring that whatever we wanted to do has got done. I also want to thank Headquarters Western Command for the contribution they always make, and what they put up makes the children very happy. And this time we also had a horse show and a dog show, and everybody loves dogs. And so the children were very happy to see that. And a great temptation for them is the exhibition of arms, and that is where they get to handle the weapons that are already in service in the country and in the army. And also an exhibition of the heavy equipment which is there. In addition, we have two features that have done well in the past. The first is what we call the Manwad, which is getting the children together and they are introduced to and have a chat with war-decorated heroes of the armed forces. I think they enjoy that very much. And we have a theatre called Clarion Call, in which we exhibit various short films about the army, about people who have done well from the army, and of course, of our martyrs and our war-decorated heroes. So this season has also gone off well, and I'm also grateful to the Tribune, that is our partner, and you can see outside they have put up their big board showing what they've done in the past, and also another board to collect signatures from all people who have visited this, this festival. So I thank all of you for having attended, and a great big thank you to the panelists who have come here and helped make this festival a success. I remember there was a friend of mine, and he was also a panelist, and he'd come here for the first time. And walking around, apart from the academic part that we have here, what he said to me was in Punjabi, he said, "General Sahab, ye ta mela hai." And sure enough, it is a mela. It is a mela for the children and the youth, and for the others who are interested in the more academic pursuits of military history and world affairs. Well, this is the place where we interact with them. And finally, once again, I thank the Honourable Minister for coming after he had carried out a meeting somewhere else, and he's come straight to us. And I'm happy to say that I share a bond with him, because my father and his father were friends. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Sardar Tarunpreet Singh Sonji, the Honourable Minister for Tourism, Government of Punjab, represents Khanna constituency in the State Legislative Assembly since 2022, a seat which he won with a huge margin as an Aam Aadmi Party candidate. He was born in Patiala and presently is also an entrepreneur besides being a full-time politician. Sardar Tarunpreet Singh, may I request you to kindly say a few words and declare the festival closed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sat Shri Akal, Namaskar. It is truly an honor to stand before you today at the 8th Military Literature Festival here in the Chandigarh. This prestigious festival, a collaborative efforts by the Punjab government, UT Chandigarh, and the Military Literature Festival Association, is a fitting tribute to the bravery, courage, and sacrifices of our armed forces. This event marks 25 years since the Kargil War and celebrates the indomitable spirit of the men and women who have dedicated their lives to the protecting of our nation. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Lieutenant General Retired Shri T.S. Shergill ji, Chairman of the Military Literature Festival Association, for the leadership in the organizing this remarkable platform. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Singh Katiyar ji, GOC in the Sea, Western Command, for his invaluable contribution to this festival, along with our other esteemed dignitaries who have joined us today. This festival holds great significance as it celebrates the unmatched contribution of the northern India, especially Punjab, to our country's defense forces. Since its inception in 2017, this festival has served as a bridge between the past, present and the future. It is a space where stories of our values, our shared military achievements are celebrated, and the critical discussions on the nation's security also held. I am delighted that this year's festival has reached new heights with its exceptional programs. This year, Military Literature Festival has been particularly impactful. It has been provided a platform for promoting India's global military literature by engaging with our renowned authors, artists and veterans, educating our youth about the bravery and sacrifices of our soldiers and martyrs, and facilitating discussions on the key topics like India, strategic relationships with the neighboring countries, and peace building initiatives in the northern India. I must also acknowledge the Military Literature Festival Association for organizing fascinating exhibitions that showcased advanced military equipment such as tanks, fighter jets, letters, personal accounts and collectibles of our soldiers, giving us a glimpse into their lives of sacrifice and services. Tourism is a key growth engine for the state, not only contributing the economy of Punjab but also the fostering culture exchange and creating employment opportunities. My Department of Tourism and Culture Affairs Punjab is deeply committed to the making the state a preferred tourism destination in India and weekend destination of northern India. Our goal is to enhance both the length of stay and per person average expenditure during the stay while also increasing count of traveler arrivals. Looking ahead, I am pleased to share that the Military Literature Festival Association will also participate in the upcoming Rangala Punjab Festival going to be held in Amritsar next year. So, thank you. As we conclude this edition of the Military Literature Festival, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Lieutenant General Retired T.S. Shergill ji and his team for their outstanding efforts in organizing this world-class festival, and Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar ji, GOC Western Command, for his leadership in showcasing army equipment and presenting a remarkable film on the achievement of the Western Command. I also congratulate all the officers of the Department of Tourism and Culture Affairs Punjab for their commendable contribution. My appreciations to the officers and the staff of UT Chandigarh and Government of Punjab who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this event. In closing, this festival not only celebrates the legacy of our armed forces but also strengthens the bond between our citizens and the defenders of our nation. Let us all live with a renewed sense of pride and gratitude for the men and women who serve our country selflessly. Their sacrifices will forever inspire us to uphold the values of courage, honor and patriotism. मैं आखिर दे विच कोई गल कहनी चाहूँगा कि साडा विरसा साडे नेशन दे विच जो साडी विरासत है बहुत वड्डी है। जिथे तक गल करी जावे मिलिटरी दी, आर्मी दी, एयर फोर्स दी, तो मैं ये मानदा अज अगर आज़ाद फिजा दे विच असी सारे जने साह लै रहे हैं तो इन्हां योधियां दी बदौलत लै रहे हैं, थोड़ी बदौलत लै रहे हैं। अज जे छोटे छोटे बच्चे महफूज घरां तो स्कूलों दे विच जा रहे हैं, ਅੱਜ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਹਿਫੂਜ਼ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ 에ਅਰਪਲੇਨਸ 'ਚ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਹਿਫੂਜ਼ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ 'ਚ ਨਿਗਾਹ ਮਾਰੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਗਗਨਚੁੰਬੀ ਪਹਾੜੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ -40-50 ਡਿਗਰੀ ਸੈਲਸੀਅਸ ਟੈਂਪਰੇਚਰ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਅੱਜ ਖੜੇ ਨੇ। ਅੱਜ ਐਸੇ ਰੇਗਿਸਤਾਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ +50 ਡਿਗਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਅਬਵ ਟੈਂਪਰੇਚਰ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਇੰਨੀ ਅੱਤ ਦੀ ਗਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੜੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਹੈ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ, ਜੋ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਪਿਰਿਟ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਬੜੀ ਸਰਾਹਨੇਯੋਗ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਤਾਰੀਫ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਜਾਂ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ 에ਅਰ ਫੋਰਸ ਜਾਂ ਆਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਵ ਕਰਦਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਰੁਤਬਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਵੱਡਾ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਡਿਗਨੇਟਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਲਈ ਘਰੋਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਸੋ ਐਸੇ ਯੋਧਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਐਸੇ ਸੂਰਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਐਸੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਲਾਮ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰ ਝੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਸਲਾਮ ਕਰਦਾ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਦੌਲਤ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਟੇਜਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਯੋਗ ਹਾਂ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਹੋ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਸਟੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਯੋਗ ਨਾ ਹੋਈਏ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਅਜ਼ਮਤ ਨੂੰ, ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਨੂੰ, ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਹ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਿਆਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਔਰ ਆਖਰ 'ਚ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕੋ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇੱਕ ਐਸਾ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਪਈ, ਚਾਹੇ 800 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਗੁਲਾਮੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੀ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਕਰਵਾਉਣਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਿੱਕ ਡਾਹੀ। ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ 200 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਗੁਲਾਮੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ਰਸ ਤੋਂ ਸੀ, ਉਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਿੱਕਾਂ ਡਾਹੀਆਂ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਕਦੇ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ, ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਨੇਬਰਿੰਗ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਦੇ ਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣਾ ਪਿਆ, ਉਦੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਰੋਲ ਅਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦੇਖੋ, ਤਾਰੀਫ ਕਰਨੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਰਵਿਸ 'ਚ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਬੀਇੰਗ ਏ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਹਿਣੀ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 90% ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਸਰ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਰ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਦੱਸਣ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਐਂਡ ਕਲਚਰ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਲਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ 21 ਮਿੰਟ ਲੈਣਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਇਹ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੋਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਾ, ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਗੇਟਵੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗੇਟਵੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੋਲਜਰਸ, ਸਾਡੇ ਸ਼ੂਰਵੀਰ, ਸਾਡੇ ਯੋਧੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੈਚੂਜ਼ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ, ਉਹ ਪੂਰਾ 1 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਦੇ ਏਰੀਏ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਟੈਚੂਜ਼ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗਲੋਰੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਬਿਊਟੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਲਾਈਟਨਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਅਰੇਂਜਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਹਰ ਸਟੈਚੂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੋਨ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਹੋਊਗਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਦੇਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ 'ਚ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਡਿਟੇਲ ਲਿਖੀ ਜਾਊਗੀ, ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਅਜ਼ਮਤ ਹੈ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਡੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਿਰਾਸਤ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ 'ਚ ਪਤਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਆਖਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਗਹਿਰਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਦੌਲਤ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਐਂਡ ਕਲਚਰ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਮੈਂ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਤੇ ਕਲਚਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬੜੀ ਵਾਸਟ ਸੋਚ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਤੇ ਕਲਚਰ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਪੂਰੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ 28 ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, 8 ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਟੈਰੀਟਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਬਲਕਿ ਪੂਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਐਡੀ ਅਮੀਰ ਵਿਰਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਹੁੰਚਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਈਏ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਜੈ ਹਿੰਦ, ਜੈ ਭਾਰਤ।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring words May I request Colonel T.S. Dhaliwal, our Chief Coordinator, to kindly come up and conduct the presentation ceremony.
Good evening everyone, Sat Sri Akal. Now we will have the ceremony for award of medals to all those who contributed towards the success of 8th Military Literature Festival. To give away the initial medals, I request Shri Tarampreet Singh Saund, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Punjab, to kindly give away the initial prizes. We now start with Western Command, Brigadier P. Acharya, BGS SD, Western Command. Please come. Brigadier Acharya is from Infantry, Rajrif, and he has a distinguished career, and his branch was the coordinating branch with us during the conduct. Colonel Umesh Sati, Colonel GSSD. Lieutenant Colonel Asit Kumar, G1 SD. Colonel Umesh Sati is not here. I'll request Colonel Asit Kumar to kindly accept both the medals. Military equipment display, Colonel Varun Mandi, Sena Medal, Commanding Officer 24 Punjab. 24 Punjab has done the equipment display in a highly exceptional manner and it was very popular. Major Ellen Murthy, Company Commander 24 Punjab. I also invite Lieutenant Colonel Vineet from the Remount and Veterinary Corps. He has organized. Please come. Major Ellen Murthy, Company Commander 24 Punjab. Lieutenant Colonel Vineet, he is from the Remount and RVC Corps. He has organized the dog show and the horse show. It was a very big hit. Please give a huge round of applause. Army dog show, Army horse show. Lieutenant Last Naik Manish Kumar, 11 Dogra. Havaldar Balaji Patra, 130 AD Regiment. Gunner Sham Singh, 230 Medium Regiment. Havaldar Vishal, 346 Field Regiment. All these NCOs, they have brought the equipment of artillery, air defense, field RT and medium RT, and the guns were very, very popular and laid out in a very nice manner. Havaldar Balaji, Gunner Sham Singh, Havaldar Subodh Kumar, Sata Battery, Subedar Mohan Babu, Army Dog Unit. And now I invite the officers from the Department of Tourism, Miss Amrit Singh, Director Tourism. She is not here, okay, we'll send the medal to her. Miss Amrit Singh, Deputy Director, I stand corrected. Mrs. Harjot Kaur, Deputy Director Tourism. Mr. Damanjit Walia, Joint Director Tourism. Mrs. Indu, Department of Tourism, Mr. Gurjeet Singh. and Mr. Harsh Mittal. Mrs. Indu and Mr. Gurjeet Singh, they have worked very hard for the documentation with the Punjab government to help the MLF for the release of funds. Thank you so much, madam. Please come. Mrs. Indu. Mr. Gurjeet Singh. Mr. Harsh Mittal, he has organized the entire food court, 40 stalls, and he's from the marketing, and he's done a great job. Education Department, Angrej Singh and Mrs. Jinny Dugal. Thank you so much, Minister Sir. You may please take your seat. And now I will request Chief of Staff, Western Command, Lieutenant General Mohit Wadhwa, Sena Medal, to kindly award the next few prizes. NCC, Mrs. Nivedita Sharma, Principal. She had given the NCC boys and girls, and they did a great job. ANO Sunil Kumar, Third Officer Tushar, please come. Tushar, move up. Mrs. Nivedita Sharma is the principal of the school at New Chandigarh. ANO Tushar, please give an applause. The young officer of the NCC, and Subedar ANO Sunil Kumar, please come. Now we invite the cadets of the My Pago Academy who helped in the conduct of Clarion Call Theatre, Lady Cadet Rishita and Lady Cadet Nancy. Please come. These cadets are from the My Pago Preparatory Training Institute located at Mohali, which trains them to become officer in the army. Please come. Rishita, Nancy. Now the book discussion committee, Professor Hareshwar Pal Singh, Dr. Amandeep Sekhon, Parneet Shergill, Amit Khanna, Lieutenant Colonel Randhawa, Lieutenant Colonel Mrs. Randhawa, and Dr. Gurpreet Sandhu Gill. Anyone here? Now we invite the Lake Club manager, Mr. GM Sharma, to kindly accept the award. Mr. Sharma. The supervisor, Mr. Inder. They both were of great help in assisting the MLFA in organizing all the tents and the German shelter here. They were very positive. Thank you so much. Mr. Sharma, General Manager, Lake Club. Mr. Inder, Supervisor. Now the staff of YPS Mohali, Mrs. Rajvinder Kaur. Please come. I'll request Major General TPS Varaj, VSM Bar, Director of YPS Mohali, to accept the medals for the 5 teachers who worked very hard and assisted us. MLFA office staff, Harpreet Singh, Sukhdev Saini and Satnam Singh. Harpreet Singh, please come. Sukhdev Sani is a graphic designer in the MLFA office and his performance has been outstanding. Harpreet Singh. Harpreet Singh is ex-army from artillery and he is the accounts clerk with me at the MLFA office, Mohali. Satnam Singh. Satnam Singh is the office boy. Now I request our regular friends from abroad, Dr. Gurinder Pal Singh Josan. Please come. He is the chairman of Saragadi Foundation. Mr. A.K. Chauhan, Mr. Avtar Singh, Mandeep Kaur Gill and Anupreet Singh. Please come. This is the team which is successfully running the Saragadi Foundation at the world level. Mr. A.K. Chauhan, Mr. Avtar Singh, please come. Mandeep Kaur Gill. Mandeep Kaur Gill, please come. Thank you so much, Chief of Staff, sir. You may please take your seat. Now I will request Chairman of Military Literature Festival Association, Lieutenant General T.S. Shergill, PVSM, retired, to do the award ceremony for the balance of the participants. Lieutenant General J.S. Chima, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, retired. Please come. General Chima sir is from the Sikh Regiment and he has been the spearhead of a number of activities of the association. Major General Harvijay Singh, Sena Medal. He is the author of the e-book which has been released yesterday and he is a historian. Major General Harvijay Singh, Sena Medal. Major General A.P. Singh, Armored Corps, please come. Mrs. Komal Chadda. Mrs. Komal Chadda for the exhibiting the painting stall. Mr. Mandeep Singh Bajwa, our historian, he is not here. I will request Colonel Nitin Chandra if you can collect the award on his behalf. Mrs. Komal Chadda, she is the wife of an army officer and she always participates with us in the painting competition, painting stall. Mr. Mandeep Bajwa. Brigadier Pradeep Sharma, please come. Brigadier Pradeep Sharma is from Infantry Jat Regiment and he has also contributed in the planning and the conduct of the festival. Please come, sir. Miss Amrita, graphic designer. Mr. Vinod Seth, philately. Mr. Vinod Seth is here, please come. Miss Amrita, she is the graphic designer. She has designed all the invitation cards, logos and the signages. Mr. Vinod Seth, please come. He is from the Department of Philately. Brigadier S.S. Sarao, please come. Colonel R.P.S. Brar, YPS. Brigadier Sarao has got a very good collection of stamps, and he has organized the stamp display at the Lake Club, which was very popular. Colonel RPS Brar, he had organized the Braveheart motorcycle ride on 17th of last month. Very, very successfully. 1,300 motorcycle riders had participated. Colonel Nitin Chandra, please come. Colonel Nitin Chandra, he helped us in organizing the book stalls and also assisted General Harvijay Singh in the e-magazine. Colonel Avnish Sharma. Colonel Avnish Sharma, he is from the Armored Corps and he is the director of the Clarion Call Theatre and also our top class announcer. The success of Clarion Call belongs to Colonel Avnish Sharma. Mr. Karanveer Singh, Colonel Jarnail Singh, Karanveer, he organized these medals for us and always a very, very willing partner. They all are volunteers, ladies and gentlemen. They all are retired defense officers. They all are volunteers. Colonel Jarnail Singh, Hospitality Department, arranging accommodation and transport for the guest. Colonel N.K. Sharma. Colonel N.K. Sharma is also retired from artillery and he organized the wreath laying ceremony on 17 November and also in charge of this venue one on both the days, single-handed. Commander Rohit Kaushik, Clarion Call. Colonel Rajiv Sharma, Clarion Call. Commander Rohit Kaushik is retired from the Navy and he assisted Colonel Avnish Sharma in the successful conduct of Clarion Call. Colonel Rajiv Sharma. J. Minhas, please come. Okay, you're not here. Debhuti Das Gupta. Debhuti Das Gupta, he is a painter and he has come all the way from Calcutta with his paintings. Please give a huge round of applause. Narinder Pal Singh for the display of the coins. Apinder Singh Chahal, please come. Mr. Narinder Pal Singh has got a world-class collection of coins of all era, all ages, and he displayed a wonderful coin display for us, very popular. Apinder S. Chahal. Apinder Singh Chahal, please come. And now I invite the executive members of the association, Major General TPS Varaj, VSM Sena Medal. He is the General Secretary of the association. And despite his duties of Director YPS Mohali, he has always been in the forefront for all the tasks of the MLFA. Brigadier J.S. Arora. Brigadier J.S. Arora has been the lifeline of the MLFA and he is the real director. He retired from RT and he was also Director Defence Services Welfare for 4 years. And last is myself, Colonel Tejinder Dhaliwal, Chief Coordinator. Now the medal ceremony is over. I will request the esteemed guests to kindly take the seat. And in the end, we offer our vote of thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Taranpreet Singh Saund, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Punjab, and also the Chief of Staff of Western Command, General Wadhwa, for sparing the valuable time and coming here and doing the award ceremony, for encouraging the volunteers and the members. And with this, we come to the end of the closing ceremony. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.